Pitching has been the name of the game for the Chicago Cubs lately. Their minor stumble into the All-Star break is now in the past, thanks in part to the starters.
10 in a row sent down by Arrieta.
The Cubs have won 9 in a row. The Cardinals are in second place in the Central, but far off the pace. But St. Louis is trying to stick around to the wild card chase, hoping to gain some momentum off an improbable win.
Hit him. Game is over. He hit him and the Cardinals win. You believe this one?
It's two old rivals, the Cubs and the Cardinals, meeting up tonight under the lights at Wrigley Field. And we'll have all your enhanced coverage next on MLB Plus. The unmistakable red marquee of Wrigley Field in Chicago, home of the Chicago Cubs. That is where we come to you tonight as the Cubs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Plaques representing some of the greats that have played for the Cubs over the recent years. And we're under the lights here at Wrigley tonight as the Cubs will welcome in division rival the St. Louis Cardinals. MLB Plus, powered by Amazon Web Services. Welcome into our studios here in New York. I'm Andy Mazur, Mike Petriello, and Richard Justice joining me here in the studio. A good pitching matchup as far as this one's concerned. Carlos Martinez going to the mound for the St. Louis Cardinals against John Lester for the Cubs. And Mike, we look at Carlos Martinez and exactly what has he meant to this team?
Yeah, if you looked at the season last year, he looked like he was going to be the next young ace. A 3.01 ERA, was really dominating. He had a shoulder injury, kind of ended his year early. Came back this year, he's still been pretty good, but it's not quite the same. Strikeout percentage down from 24 to 20. The changeup, which is really his out pitch, is down almost 8 percentage points. But the good news is the velocity's still there, still throws 97 miles an hour, and that will fix a lot of problems.
All right, Richard, as we start this game today, the Cubs are in command in the Central Division, leading these Cardinals by 12 games. It seems like all systems go for the Cubs, a 9-game winning streak, too.
Yeah, you know, they started 25-6, 8-game lead. Basically have sprinted now. They've caught a second win, 9 in a row. Best rotation in baseball since the All-Star break. Second best bullpen in baseball since the All-Star break. In the last 13 games, they've allowed more than 2 runs 3 times. So pretty simple about the way they do business.
Yeah, pitching, and more pitching. You've met the crew here in the studio. We'll also be checking in at the ballpark with Lindsay Berra. She is our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter. We'll also hear from Jennifer Langosh, who covers the Cardinals for MLB.com, and also Carrie Muscat, who covers the Cubs for MLB.com. And don't forget Ashley Chavez as well. She'll be manning the social media wires, Twitter and Instagram and all that with a hashtag of MLB Plus. That is how you get into the conversation with us here tonight during Cubs and Cardinals. We're going to throw some numbers at you, some definitions. If you're new to the whole thing, let's find out exactly what StatCast is.
Several years of research and development were realized in 2014 with the debut of MLB.com StatCast, the first ever reliable measurement of every play on a baseball field. Pioneered by MLB Advanced Media and debuted with prototypes at the 2014 All-Star Game, League Championship Series, and World Series, StatCast's roots can be traced back roughly a decade earlier to MLBAM's introduction of pitch tracking. Pitch tracking delivered a never-before-seen wealth of detailed information regarding every pitch thrown in the major leagues. Though a bold move at the time, today, pitch tracking technology is ubiquitous throughout broadcast television and baseball's digital products. But despite the data compiled on pitching, never before have there been reliable defensive statistics. The goal with StatCast was to leverage the technology to ensure that defense could be quantified and that a more complete picture of our game be made available to fans. To that end, all 30 ballparks have been outfitted with 2 distinctly different but collaborative technologies to allow for the data capture, optical tracking, and radar tracking. High-definition video camera arrays spaced 15 meters apart to capture stereoscopic video, and a 3D Doppler radar system which captures 2,000 samples per second of the entire baseball field. By marrying the data from each of these systems, it is now possible to scientifically quantify the skills and talents of players on the field using new player performance metrics.
When the lights come on, everybody screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody singing, every word to every song of the girl they're taking home tonight. When the lights come on, everybody screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody singing, every word to every song of the girl they're taking home tonight.
And a big thanks to Jason Aldean and Broken Bow Records as we get set to get underway here under the lights at Wrigley Field. A warm evening, and the wind reportedly blowing straight out to center field. Should be an interesting night to pitch. MLB Plus coming to you powered by Amazon Web Services. Cubs and the Cardinals here from Wrigley Field in Chicago. Mike, there's one thing I think we can probably predict about the beginning of this game. And with a guy by the name of Matt Carpenter coming to the plate in the very first inning to lead things off, what do you predict will happen?
I predict with a huge caveat I'll get to in a second. Matt Carpenter, we know, is one of the most patient hitters in baseball, but especially when leading off the game. He has swung at the first pitch of the game twice all season. I will say one of those 2 times was on a previous Plus game where I said exactly that, and he did it anyway. But he got a base hit, and the point is, if he's going to do that, then John Lester absolutely has to throw a first pitch strike. There is no explanation if he doesn't.
Richard, what about Matt Carpenter? What's he bringing to the table here for the Cardinals?
You know, near the end of the 2014 season, he just said, I'm going to get more aggressive. I'm going to start swinging earlier in the count, maybe not at the first pitch, and try to add to my slugging percentage. And he's done that. We've seen that the last 2 years. But you know, more than that, Andy, I think he's the heart and soul and the face of the Cardinals now. 13th round draft pick in 2009, 4th-year guy out of TCU nobody wanted, almost got released in rookie ball. At least he thinks he was going to get released in rookie ball. He's the son of a famous high school baseball coach in Texas, and he is a fanatic in terms of work ethic and pride. And I think what he means to the Cardinals is just more that can be measured.
Every team needs a guy like that. Catalyst, especially at the top of the lineup. John Lester will go to work here for the Cubs. 12-game winner on the season, 293 on the earned run average. And after the All-Star break, he's 3-0 with a 2.55.
Yeah, the entire Cubs starting rotation kind of creaked into the All-Star break a little bit. Everybody's turned it around since, and you look at John Lester, obviously, four-seamer in the cutter. He's a fastball, curveball kind of guy. He's had an interesting season because the strikeouts are a little bit down, home runs are a little bit up, but he's still kind of picked up the slack here. Let's see if this is going to be a strike. Look at that.
Well,
look at that.
He got you again. Somebody must have gotten in his ear and said that you predicted that he would not swing again.
I'm so happy I got to say that.
He's taunting you. Hey, you know, Andy, John Lester, about 5-7 years ago, when he was still a young guy with the Red Sox, they were talking, the Red Sox were going to trade him for CC Sabathia, basically. And a Boston scout stood up in the room and said, let me just say right now, this guy is going to have a better career than CC Sabathia, and he's better than him today. If we make this trade, money notwithstanding, it's going to look bad. John Lester is one of those guys that's fulfilled everything people thought he would have in his career.
Absolutely. So 1 pitch, 1 out. And Stephen Piscotty at the plate, and he'll take that one low for ball 1. It's interesting, too, because the last game, Mike, that we did was with the Red Sox and the Dodgers. And you look at the mindset of the previous regime, really not wanting to pay Lester the money and instead trading him to Oakland, and now they're signing new guys to big money deals.
Yeah, I think that's one that they definitely regret. I mean, they kind of lowballed him with that offer in the first place. Now, the trade they ended up making made plenty of sense.
Yeah.
You know, they got Cespedes and it didn't work out there, but obviously Cespedes is very talented. But they'd kind of messed it up long before that, and they've been trying to fill that spot ever since.
So Jason Hayward making the grab out there in right field. And, you know, Mike, he's been an enigma for the Cubs this year. Not just the fact that he's not hitting, but he's not taking his bat to the field with him, is he?
Jason Hayward has been, an absolute mess. I mean, there's no nice way to say it. Right? He's been an absolute mess. He's not hitting the ball hard. It's as simple as that. You know, we'll get into that a little bit later in the game. He's got a big hole in the bottom of his swing, and it's just not the same. So when we see him later, I'm sure we'll have plenty to say about that.
Yeah, and you know what you wonder about him is, has he been exposed? Does he have to adjust? Or is it some struggle he's having physically with that? But the reason you go get a Jason Hayward is because he's going to contribute on the bases. He's going to contribute defensively. He's more than the batting average, but the batting average is pretty bad right now.
And it's kind of hard to believe, but he did help them win the comeback game against the Mariners when John Lester laid down the squeeze bunt. He tagged up from second on a play that not a lot of guys would ever tag up on a shallow fly ball to get to third base.
The defense is there, the base running is there. It's just the hitting is not, unfortunately.
They actually just missed ending that game with a home run, a line double just under the basket. So here's Holiday. And on the appeal, he swung. This is one of the great rivalries in baseball. You get the Yankees and the Red Sox. Cubs and Cardinals right up there.
Yeah, you think about this, about the college baseball realignment and all that. I mean, college football realignment and all that. But to have a real rivalry, you have to have a history. And these two teams Their fans, they don't like each other.
No.
And there was years there when Dusty Baker managed the Cubs and Tony La Russa managed the Cardinals. You wanted to say, you guys just need to take it outside and let the players play. There was real dislike.
I remember one game, there was a day-night doubleheader in September of '03 that they almost went to blows.
So one thing to keep an eye out for tonight, and Andy is someone who's been to Wrigley a million times. It's hot and the wind is blowing straight out. And it's pretty rare that the wind blows, I think, directly out to center field, and that's what we're seeing tonight.
Very true. As Holiday avoids the 1-2-3 inning for the Cardinals with that solid single up the middle.
It's two different ballparks. When the wind's blowing out, it plays completely different. Here we go. One of the great professional hitters of this generation, Matt Holliday.
Think about the wind at Wrigley, and I think it's a misnomer because if you look at the history, and they do have a section in their media guide about this, the wind actually blows in much more than it does out. But you remember those games where the wind blows out.
Pitchers certainly remember those games.
Get out of bed and you'll check the wind. There's a swing and a miss. And we're going to get into this a lot more later, too. But obviously now the situation with the runner at first base and John Lester on the mound, you automatically kind of think about the fact that he's got a ton of trouble holding runners on and the pickoff move, and it's just not there.
No, and that's true. The Cardinals don't run. They're the lowest in the National League in stolen base percentage, but it's not John Lester's strength.
You play at third, and the throw is not going to be in time.
Now, there's some aggressive base running by the Cardinals. They haven't always been they don't have the fastest runners. They haven't always been the wisest runners either. So it'd be interesting to see this replay in a second and see, was that a smart move or was it just a throw didn't make it there in time?
Just blooped over short.
It wasn't a great throw, was it?
No.
Was it a great decision by the base runner?
That's what I'm saying. I think a better throw might have made that a little bit more questionable. Especially Matt Holliday at this point in his career is not exactly the most fleet of foot.
So here is Yadier Molina, the mainstay behind the plate. And that one got through Rizzo somehow at first base, and the Cardinals are going to get out of the 1-0 lead. I'll be anxious to see if that was a playable ball. The way that it was toward the line, you wonder if it hit the bag.
Yeah, the Cubs are looking like the Cardinals in the first inning here because the Cardinals have had a lot of defensive problems this year, and the Cubs have been outstanding on defense. Let's see what happened on this one. Easy Yachty didn't actually get out of the box like he thought that was going anywhere, did he?
Well, that just got right under the glove. Yeah, Molina didn't seem like he was in any particular hurry. At any rate, it's a 1-0 lead.
When you see Yadier Molina run like that to first base, you're reminded he's 34 years old and has caught 1,500 games, and there are probably days where his legs don't feel that great.
So a couple of fly balls started the inning. That's a sharply hit ball to third base on the line and caught there by Chris Bryant. So the inning comes to an end, but some damage as the Cardinals strike first and get a run on the board here in the top of the first at Wrigley. And a couple of well-hit baseballs there at the very end. That one off the bat of Johnny Peralta to end the top half of the first inning, 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Welcome back here into our studios. And of course, we remind you that we have someone tending to our social media needs, and she is Ashley Chavez. She's so reliable. She's got her own hashtag.
I love that.
Get it? Wink, wink, not on. What do you got there for us, Ashley?
That's great. Well, it is a Lester game, which means it's also a Ross game. And David Ross is one of our favorite people on social media as hashtag Grandpa Rossi. I'm sure most of you know. So I can't go into my usual spiel without talking about him or showing a great photo. The other day was Anthony Rizzo's birthday, so David Ross tweeted this amazing photo, which I think is hilarious, saying, "Happy birthday, son." Love it so much. Great sense of humor. You can definitely tell there's a lot of great chemistry going on with that clubhouse. But now let's get into the spiel. We want you to be a part of this broadcast, so make sure to send us your tweets and Instagrams using the hashtag MLB+. We want to hear your questions about StatCast, your comments about the game, anything relatively funny. I love. I'll put it up on this board. But before we get into that, I want to say something specific. For the Cardinals, potentially pitching tonight is Sang-Won Oh, who has the best nickname of all time. Let's take a look at this. Final Boss. Amazing. So we want to hear your favorite nicknames for your favorite players. Make sure to send those our way, and later on in the program we'll talk about it. Guys, before we get into that, my favorite is, let's see, I have a couple good ones, but Pablo Sandoval. A lot of people don't know he has another nickname other than Kung Fu Panda or Panda. It is Round Mound of Pound. Did you know that?
I did
It's
not.
on Baseball Reference, so it's real. I promise.
If it's on Baseball Reference, it must be true.
It has to be true, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm trying to think. I thought you would have said, like the Brandon Belt
Those are easy.
situation, the giraffe, and
Those are easy. Those are too easy.
Okay. Well, you did a lot of research, so yeah, I'm happy to see that. All right, Ashley. Thanks. We'll check back with you a little bit later on in the ball game. We're also going to focus in on David Ross and his final season in the big leagues coming up here in just a few moments as well. Carlos Martinez going to be the guy heading to the mound here for the St. Louis Cardinals in the bottom half of the first inning, and Dexter Fowler is going to be the guy to lead off. But let's talk about Carlos Martinez first, Mike. And again, you talk about the velocity still being there on that four-seamer.
Yeah, the velocity is up to about 97 miles an hour on average, which is elite. It's one of the 5 best in baseball. And, that solves a lot of issues when you're not hitting your spots, when the changeup isn't moving as much as it used to, because that was really his pitch last year was the changeup, and he's just not missing the bats in the way he used to. So I don't want to say he's having a poor season because he's not. He's having a perfectly acceptable season, just not quite to the extent that we thought he might have last year. And you can see up here, he's 4th, and that's probably going to be 3rd because of all these seasons. Seems like it might be done or close to being done, and that's a really impressive list to be on as far as throwing heat.
Absolutely. And Dexter Fowler is going to lead off here for the Cubs. And Richard, you hate to say that one guy makes or breaks a team, but Joe Madden always says to Dexter before he goes up, "You go, we go." Means however you are, we're gonna follow you.
Yeah, it's interesting how he got here. Late sign to spring training. We thought he was going to end up. We were all waiting in the Baltimore Orioles clubhouse for him to show up there. And what it told you is that Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer, when they put this team together, put a real focus on defense. As you mentioned earlier, best defensive team in baseball. Cardinals among the worst defensive teams in baseball. And Dexter Fowler makes it go. I think he makes it go defensively in center field, playing next to Jason Hayward. And certainly at the top of the lineup, he gets them going for the big boys that follow him.
He's hit in 14 of the 17 games since he's come back off the disabled list. Steadying force there at the top of the Cubs lineup. He'll foul that one out of play.
Andy, one thing about Carlos Martinez, I think what we could be seeing, he's had some really tough games lately, but probably it's the progression of a young guy, figuring it out, figuring out the workload, and as the league adjusts to him, how he adjusts back. But as Mike said, when you throw 95, 96, 97, you have a much more room for error than a guy that's trying to get by at 91.
MLB Plus powered by Amazon Web Services. And
how about
fastball, that slider actually powered by Carlos Martinez, and one out here in the bottom of the first.
And that pitch there, the scouts looked at this guy, that's what they saw. A guy with nasty stuff that was going to had the potential to be a top of the rotation guy, as is Alex Reyes.
Interesting start to his career. Actually with the Red Sox. They had a contract voided when they figured out that the name on his jersey did not match the name that he was actually born under.
And he came to spring training in 2015, and they said, you got to earn a spot. We don't know where we're going to put you. And it told you a couple of things, that in the Cardinal system, you have to earn your way, and the other thing is their system's pretty deep.
Mm-hmm. So here's Chris Bryant.
I believe that Chris Bryant, actually had a great season last year. I was like, he got a lot better this year. I feel like people don't notice that enough. He talked about wanting to cut down on the uppercut swing, wanting to cut down on the strikeouts, and he's done that considerably. Strikeouts down from 30% to 23%, and the power is up. It's really hard for a young player to make improvements like that and to improve upon. He could have had that season last year, every year for the rest of his life, and been perfectly fine. Now he's better. He's probably the front runner for the MVP this year.
28 home runs. 2 better than his Rookie of the Year season a year ago.
As the Cubs were around him his first spring, it was amazing to watch them. They go, he can't be that perfect. Perfect on the field, off the field, work ethic. As Mike said, wanting to get better, wanting to be great.
Hard to cut down on a strikeout when you take a 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner for strike 3, and that's 2 strikeouts in a row here for Martinez.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't say he cut it down to 0%. He just cut it down by about a third.
A manageable area.
A good start for Martinez, though. Obviously, this is a really tough Chicago lineup. So when you get off to a start like this, things are looking good. And when you look at his pitches, he's already hit 95 on the fastball. He's hit 96 on the fastball. And then you drop in the curveball there. It's a pretty impressive pitch.
Well, that was a pretty unhittable pitch right there on the outside.
Not much argument. Bryant heads back to the dugout. Here's Anthony Rizzo. Cubs lineup after that will be Zobrist, Addison Russell, Jason Hayward, Chris Coughlin starting at left tonight. David Ross behind the plate and Lester on the mound.
You know, the thing that strikes you about Rizzo and Bryant is that they seem to be having the time of their lives. They started on the first day of spring training as the best team in baseball, the most pressure, the most expectations, the 1,000-year curse and all of that other stuff. They don't seem to be bothered by that one bit. Rizzo and Bryant seem to be two guys playing baseball and having fun, and it sets a tone for everybody else.
They started their own fictitious souvenir company. Rizzo. Pretty
probably could make a lot of money.
Yeah, they went out there, didn't they? Were trying to think of the name of that one, huh? Out on a big limb.
That's the first pitch of the 4 pitches here that's actually in the strike zone. The fact that it's 2-2 is pretty impressive. You see Rizzo obviously hanging over the plate. It's no surprise that he gets hit all the time. He had the first ever 30-30-30 season last year, home runs, doubles, hit by pitches.
That one fouled back. Take a look at the Cardinals' defense behind Martinez, and one guy in particular, Stephen Piscotty, playing center field tonight.
Yeah, it's an interesting, I use that word charitably, I guess, defensive alignment in the outfield, because it's not exactly what you'd want. Holiday obviously is not as young as he used to be, and Piscotty's not really a center fielder, but you saw the arm strength there. And he's actually been the highest improvement in arm strength of anybody in baseball this year, almost 8 miles an hour from last year, which makes sense because he pitched a little bit in college. You knew the strength was always in there. And we kind of talked about this a little earlier in the season. He went into the spring wanting to do that. He improved his mechanics. Mike Leake, the new teammate, looked at him and said, you can do this better, and it's really paid off.
And that will be popped up to the only man left on the left side of the infield. That was Peralta, the shortstop. And now the inning has come to an end in 1-2-3. Go the Cubs in their half of the first inning, 1-0 St. Louis. And we mentioned at the very open of the broadcast, Cardinals kind of stick around in the wild card chase right now. They're in a tie for the second spot in the National League right now, and trying to get a little momentum off of a crazy, very improbable come-from-behind win the other night against the Cincinnati Reds. To illustrate the fact here, as Jed Jerko flies this one out for the second out of the inning in the 9th inning, their win expectancy, Mike, went down to Timpani. A drum roll, please. 0.4%.
That's bad.
And speaking of bad,
that's long shot.
The Reds started walking the ballpark as the win expectancy shoots up ever so slightly. Hit by pitch.
Still unlikely at this point.
4.4%. Carpenter comes through with a base knock right there. Our new tote board will tell us that the win expectancy after that run came home to make it 4-2. Goes up to almost 10%. Another base hit. Another run. Long scored there, 4-3. The win expectancy then went up to 16%. Another walk. Matt Carpenter encouraging things from the dugout. 26% bases loaded walk to tie it. Hazel Baker comes around. 65% now with the bases loaded. It's 100% now. Yadier Molina gets hit. And here comes Piscotty to score the winning run. And Molina, a happy guy there. Look at
Yeah, you don't see that
Look
too
at that.
often. Listen, I'd like to say this is about the Cardinals showing intestinal fortitude or whatever, but the Reds are awful. I mean, they're flat out awful. They couldn't hit the plate. And not only that, because I looked this up, if you look at some of those hits that fell in, the Reds outfield was playing so deep. The ones that they caught to get the first 2 outs, they were playing about 312 feet. The ones that fell in, they were playing about 335 feet. They're playing this no doubles defense, which makes sense in certain situations, but not where you're letting easy, catchable fly balls drop in. Those should have been outs. The game should have been over.
But they didn't give up any doubles, did they?
They did not give up any doubles.
So it worked.
You know what? You got me there.
They were successful in one realm there, yes. They did not give any doubles. The no doubles defense, kind of like the prevent defense in the NFL, preventing you from winning.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
You know, and I know it's a cliche, but I think wins like that, I think they carry over. I think they matter in the long run because they increase confidence in you. Hey, you go home feeling better.
So here's Jed Jerko, the former Padre, who is feasting upon his old team at home. And this guy, since the All-Star break, has been slugging at an elite clip. And his OPS was near 900.
I think a majority of that happened in about 72 hours playing against his old team where he hit about 1 million home runs in 3 days. But he's been a pretty useful guy to have around. He's cut down his strikeout percentage a little bit. Obviously, he's got power to take it out of the park. Play a little bit of second, a little bit of third. Probably stretched as an everyday starter, I think. And when everybody's healthy, he wouldn't be. And obviously, Diaz is hurt, so that kind of messes everything up. But a perfectly acceptable kind of nice role player.
Currently burst on the scene as a rookie with the Padres, over 20 home runs in his first year. A West Virginia Mountaineer. And one of the nicest guys you'll meet in the league. So Lester behind in the game, ahead in the count, and now it's even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And injuries certainly have played a part of what the Cardinals are going through right now, especially defensively, not being able to play guys where they probably should be playing.
I saw a quote from their general manager saying that he'd given his manager too much depth, which isn't something you think about, right? Obviously, you think about the Dodgers, and they always talk about their depth and how it's been great. Matheny's had too much depth, and it's kind of interesting because maybe it's given him too much flexibility to move guys around. I mean, nobody in the infield has stayed in the same spot all season long. We see Carpenter playing first base tonight, and I think they have suffered for it.
Yeah, but to be where they're at, they have 3 relievers on the disabled list right now, and they have 2 starting pitchers, Michael Wacha joining Lance Lynn, who has a pitch this year. That's a heavy toll to take on a team, and to still be fighting it out, and to be if the season ended today, they would play the Marlins in a playoff game to get the wild card. That's pretty good. And Matheny is not the first guy to write out a lineup card and sacrifice some defense to say, okay, I'm going to put Moss here. Where can I work Garcia in here? Peralta, can you play there? He's just trying to generate something and keep it going. Their margin of error is not great right now.
MLB Plus presented by T-Mobile. Shot from our greater coverage cam behind home plate, and a big swing and a miss by Greg Garcia. Lots of people at Wrigley Field tonight, as you would expect, for this first of a 4-game set between the top 2 teams in the division.
Garcia's an interesting decision for Matheny coming up, even with Peralta back. I think against some of the ground ball pitchers, with some of the ground ball pitchers pitching, he's going to continue to play some shortstop. He's done a pretty good job since the kid got hurt.
Yeah, with Diaz going down, and it's been kind of like a revolving door.
Yeah, you hate to say it, but that almost improved their defense a little bit. Obviously, Diaz can hit, no question, so that hurt the lineup, but he always seemed like he was a little stretched at shortstop, made a lot of errors. And they're probably better off with Peralta as short, and then with Carpenter at third. Now obviously he's got to play first tonight because Matt Adams got hurt. But I think that's kind of where this all began.
And make sure you tweet us your comments and your questions using the hashtag MLB Plus. Ashley threw out a nice question for you to participate in tonight. We'll get some of those answers about what your favorite Major League Baseball nickname is.
Everything's connected to every other little thing, with Jose Alquendo being ill for a lot of this season. It makes you wonder, what would his impact have been on Diaz? Would he have, because he would have had him out there at 2:30 every afternoon, 1,000 ground balls. And I'll bet you by next opening day, he's a dramatically better player.
Swing and a miss right there, and the tag completed as David Ross will put the leather on the leg there of Martinez in a 1-2-3 inning for John Lester and the Chicago Cubs, who trail 1-0 after an inning and a half. Had a chance earlier today before the ballgame to catch up with Cardinals manager Mike Matheny to talk about exactly what Yadier Molina brings behind the plate and to his team.
Talking offensive numbers, defensive numbers, and I think also there's that third category, the intangibles, which he brings every single day. And those intangibles are the things that are most important to our club, especially to our pitching staff, and the consistency that we're looking for. He's just a consistent source of leadership for our club, and especially our pitching staff when you have the young guys out there too. So he's had a nice run offensively here lately. He's that kind of player. He can be an offensive force, but what he does defensively for us, once again, whether it's the numbers defensively or whether it's the things that he does behind the scenes, he makes a difference.
So Mike Matheny talking about his catcher, Yadier Molina. We'll head back out now to Wrigley Field and bring in our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter tonight, Lindsey Berra. Lindsey, hope you're enjoying it out there at Wrigley so far. But let's talk a little bit about Matheny and his relationship with Molina, as far as the fact that he he wants to cut down on how many games he's catching, but yet he still leads the league in games caught.
It's funny, we were just talking about this in here. He leads the league in games caught, and he's got 50 more innings than Wilson Ramos, who's got the next highest number of innings, and the next highest number of games. Yadi has I think 8 more games than Ramos too. But Yadi's hitting, he's producing. So maybe I wouldn't want to rest him either. And you have to keep in mind that for the first time in 7 years, because Yadi's offensive numbers were so low earlier this season, he didn't make the All-Star game. So he had a built-in 4-day break that he's never had before. So even though he's 34, he may be feeling a lot fresher at this point of the season than he ever has in the past. He had a 23-game on-base streak heading into tonight. He hit a single a little while ago, so he's up to 24 now, and he's hitting 369 or so in August. So he's looking pretty good, rest or no rest.
Hey, Lindsay, it's Mike. Johnny Peralta just recently hit his 200th home run, and the Cardinals actually lead the National League in home runs. It's kind of a weird season for them. Where do you see Peralta sort of fitting in, bouncing back between short and third?
I think he might bounce back and forth between short and third, but I think Matheny's gonna definitely try to keep him in there, because I don't know if we heard him talking about Peralta, but he was pretty excited about how his swing is coming along. He's hitting 345 in August. In the last 6 games, I think he's hitting in the 400s. So he's really sort of finding that groove. So they're going to want him on the field and maybe keep those home runs coming.
Hey, Lindsay, this is Richard. Does Mike Matheny, do you know what the Cardinals have in terms of workload for Carlos Martinez? Is there much concern about where he's getting to in innings?
I actually don't. I did not ask that, but I have a feeling that because he's been struggling lately, that leash is going to be pretty short.
All right, Lindsay, we thank you for your time here. We'll check back with you a little bit later on in the ball game as well. Talk a little Olympics with you a little bit later as well.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, Lindsay Barrett, our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter on scene at Wrigley Field. And Ben Zobrist will lead off here for the Cubs, and he draws a walk. And Mike, that was something he was doing a lot of early in the year, and especially, was it May where he had lights out?
Yeah, Ben Zobrist got off to an amazing start you're right, actually, in May. 483 on base percentage, but it wasn't entirely because of walks, although obviously he was doing that as well. In May, he had a 432 batting average on balls in play, and that's exactly what it sounds like. It's just what happens when you put the ball in play. Major league average is about 325 or so, so 432 is wildly unsustainable, and he didn't sustain it, obviously. The rest of the year has been kind of more what we'd expect, and he's actually struggled a little bit the last couple of months, and I think a lot of that is just he's not elevating the ball, pounding it into the ground. Hard to slug that way.
So Addison Russell coming up swinging here. You know, we talked about depth, with the Cardinals, and the Cardinals maybe having too much depth for Mike Matheny. The Cubs have a ton of depth and a ton of versatile players, and Zobrist has been one of those guys that's moved all around the diamond, as you see him get off to an 11-foot lead here. But sometimes you wonder about guys playing different positions and messing with them at the plate as well.
Well, it's different for every team, right? Because I think that might be true for the Cardinals, but the Cubs seem to embrace it. I mean, look at Chris Bryant. He plays third base one day, plays left field the next day. Javi Baez plays all over the place, and I think that it hasn't messed with these guys. I think partially because most of them are so young, obviously not Zobrist, and I think partially because Madden presents it as a way to, listen, you're up by 75 games. You've won the division. There's zero question about that. Let's keep it interesting. Let's keep it fresh. So I think there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, I do. I think that's part of it. Have Travis Wood play left field 3 times.
Exactly right.
Inning, go back to the wall and make a catch. It gives them something different. And I think that's part of the genius of Joe Madden. Every day, you don't know what he's got in store. He keeps it light. He keeps it fun.
Yeah, you could have a petting zoo at Wrigley Field one day, and you're not even, not petting in. He brought these animals out last year. There were leopards and tigers all over Wrigley Field. It was amazing.
There's some psychology to that in the theme dress trips and all of that, getting guys out of their comfort zone. He had situations in Tampa where he thought it actually helped a guy's career. And I saw him get upset with a guy once who wouldn't have his head shaved on the Kids for Cancer Day. He goes, hey, you need to get out of your comfort zone too. So he thinks about this stuff as he does it.
Remember we did a Cubs game, I think, about 6 weeks or so ago. And their Cubs were slowing down a little bit. And you could actually start to feel the panic from Wrigley. Oh, they're going to collapse. They're going to blow it. That lasted for about a minute, and now look at them. Like, they're without question the best team in baseball. They're going to win the division, and they're going to go to the World Series. I mean, it's like, obviously anything can happen, but it's not going to happen.
Carlos Martinez dealing early in the game, a couple of strikeouts. Let's check them out in StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services. First one here to Fowler. Nice spin right there. That's receive velocity of 81.
You know, none of the balls hit so far have been particularly hard. The hardest hit ball so far has been 91 miles an hour by Greg Garcia, which is not that hard at all.
And that's the second strikeout in the beginning of the game to Chris Bryant.
You know, Russell has a real weird reverse platoon splits. And obviously he's a young player, but against righties, he's actually doing pretty well. He's a league average hitter. And against lefties, he's hitting 177, 270 on base. It's the exact opposite of what you'd expect.
So back-to-back walks. And now the much maligned Jason Hayward will come up. But, you know, Richard, knowing about this Cubs team this year, this was the MO very early in the year. Very patient at bats and trying to get a starting pitcher deep into his pitch count early in a game.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think that's the way they, you know, that's the ideal. But I also think Madden creates an environment that allows guys to do what they feel most comfortable doing. When you take guys like Russell, who has struggled at times this year, it's just the way Joe Madden is around players, he nurtures their confidence, and a guy hitting 210 will feel like he's on top of the world, you know. And he'll tell him every day, well, hey, we need you. You're the guy, you know, like his conversations with Dexter Fowler. There's so much, you know, and we're in an era where the front office can supply you with help with defensive alignments and lineups and all, but it's still a people business. It's still getting that effort and every night and putting the team first, and Joe's great at that.
And this is going to be 2.
That is not going to help Jason Hayward's stat line this year.
So the 4-6-3 double play.
I will say, in his favor, he crushed that ball. 111 miles an hour off of that, and that's been his big problem this year. He's just not making solid contact. He's dropped his exit velocity by a couple miles an hour from last year. It's not bad luck. It's not anything. It's just he's not hitting the ball as hard. Now, at least that was hit extremely hard, even though it didn't turn into anything productive.
So here is Chris Coughlin making the start out in left tonight. The bat for the first time. The time run is at third base here in the second inning.
Interesting season for him in spring training with the Cubs, and he gets called in one day, and they said, oh, what did we say? How did that conversation go? Because you're playing for the Oakland A's today. And he was pretty crushed about it. He wanted to be a Chicago Cub, and to get him back, I'm sure he's one of the happier people in baseball today.
Yeah, when they traded him back, they basically said, we don't care what your stat line was in Oakland. And we know it didn't work out for here because he was a really good player for the Cubs for the previous 2 seasons. Obviously, it hasn't really worked out yet for the Cubs. He's only hitting 200, but 368 on base is something to look for. And I think he's in an interesting situation because his presence is in large part of what sent Tommy La Stella into wherever it is he is in New Jersey, I think, even though he's been performing pretty well, obviously because La Stella had options and Chris Coughlin does not, and they wanted to keep both players in the organization.
0-2 the count here on Coughlin. And that'll be handled by Carpenter, and that will do it. Cubs strand a man at third base, and cannot get him to score after a couple of leadoff walk and a walk to Addison Russell. So it's 1-0 Cardinals after 2 innings. Time to explain launch angle.
Launch angle is a measure of the vertical angle of a batted ball, indicating whether the ball was hit on the ground or in the air, and beyond that, to what extremes. A launch angle of 0 degrees would be right back at the pitcher's release point, and that means negative numbers are possible, indicating ground balls. Roughly 10 degrees to 25 degrees are where line drives live, and fly balls are between 25 degrees and 50 degrees. The sweet spot, so to speak, for launch angle is between 25 and 30 degrees, a narrow band straddling line drives and fly balls that accounted for 35% of all Major League home runs in 2015. Similar to exit velocity, launch angle is by itself a very useful tool in identifying the type of batted ball that was hit, but combining the two is vital in truly understanding batted ball distance. Let's show 3 batted balls that were all hit at an identical 100 miles per hour, but with hugely different results. Seattle's Nelson Cruz hit a ball off Houston's Colin McHugh at 100 miles per hour at a 30-degree launch angle, right within the ideal 25 to 30-degree sweet spot. 424 feet later, it was well beyond the left field wall. But while it's definitely possible to hit a home run at 100 miles per hour, it requires the right launch angle. Texas's Mitch Moreland also hits a ball at 100 miles per hour, but at a 50-degree launch angle, right on the border between a fly ball and a pop-up. In the other direction, Philadelphia's Ryan Howard had his own 100-mile-per-hour batted ball, but since it had a launch angle of just 10 degrees, it became a 4-3 groundout.
Well, we're in the Olympic frame of mind here, and the last time that baseball was in the Olympics was 2008. Jake Arrieta, that's Trevor Cahill of the Cubs, and also Dexter Fowler represented the United States of America in the 2008 Olympics. Some other names you might recognize there, Brett Anderson and some guy named Steven Strasburg of the Nationals, the bronze medal winners. And we bring this up because it's been announced that baseball is going to be back in the Olympics starting in 2020. And we were talking about some things off air here about who exactly is going to play in these tournaments, because these guys were all minor leaguers when the Olympics were around in 2008.
I think probably about the same thing. I'd be very surprised if they interrupted the Major League season in the middle of the summer to go and do the Olympics. I mean, fun, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, and whoever the kids are that play, AA, whatever, they're going to have the time of their lives. All the guys that I've known that have played in the Olympics think it's a great experience, that there is just something about USA across the front of your shirt that is special.
A little patriotism. And it kind of extended to, the World Baseball Classic, which was pretty much invented because baseball was no longer an Olympic sport. You see guys missing a couple of weeks of spring training to represent their countries. Yeah,
and I think guys like breaking up spring training. I know the pitchers have to prepare earlier. They like it. You throws a little competition into it, get to travel to some nice places and play in games. They love that.
So Carpenter will launch that one into right, and it'll be Jason Hayward now over toward right center. You can see the wind moving that ball towards dead center, but Hayward sticks with it for round number one. You're in the third inning. Don't forget to tweet us those questions and comments. The hashtag is MLB+. The question on the floor is your favorite baseball nicknames.
Just got under that one a little bit. But, we talked a little bit about Hayward struggling on offense. He's been everything they wanted on defense, everything and then some. If you look at the Cubs pitching this year, they actually struck out a little bit less than last year. They've walked a little bit more. They've allowed a little bit more home runs. And the batting average on balls played has dropped by 32 points. And I think that's partially because Hayward has been awesome, and then partially, no disrespect to Kyle Schwarber, not much of an outfielder. So I think that's helped. But Hayward really has been the real deal in right field.
That one skips in to Piscotty. 2-0.
So when we talk about the Cubs being the best defensive team in baseball by Fangraphs and all, where are they above average? Center field?
They are above average in right field. They're above average in center field. Not so well. I guess it depends. In left, if they have Almora.
Okay.
But,
first base, third base.
You put me on the spot here for all these positions.
Oh, sorry.
I think.
Well, Bryant's good.
Bryant's good.
Rizzo's good.
Russell's good, and I think Zobrist. I mean, there's no weak spot, right? And there's another question. We do this measurement sometimes. You think about balls that go to the outfield. So we kind of looked at balls that went between 200 feet and 400 feet, weren't home runs and weren't grounders, right? So balls that in theory could be caught. And they are by far the biggest improvement from last year to this year, just of turning those balls into outs.
Joe Madden always had a simple thing in Tampa. He said, I have two rules: run hard to first base and play defense. And his whole thing was, you don't have to make the spectacular plays. Don't give away outs, and you'll be surprised how many games we win. And that's sort of the foundation on which the Cubs are built, pitching and defense.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nice for a pitcher to go to the mound knowing that, hey, I don't have to strike everybody out. I can let the ball get put in play, and I'm still going to be pretty good.
That is a nasty breaking ball.
And Piscotty's a good hitter. I don't think he gets the credit probably that he should. Over the first 700 or so plate appearances of his career, he's been at an all-star level.
Yeah, and part of what the Cardinals did this year, they said, look, we're going to let our young players, Wong and Piscotty, Pham and Grichuk, we're going to let them grow, and when we grow, that means we're going to have to give them the patience to fail and succeed and fail. But we're going to come out of it as a better organization. Does that mean they're going to win the World Series this year? Well, we'll see.
There's a large fan base hoping that they do get there and finally snap this century-plus dry spell.
I thought you were talking about the fan base in St. Louis because they are a very demanding fan base. The bar is here.
Very high. Just keep thinking, if the Cubs actually win the World Series, it's going to take away so much material for comedians all across the country. What are they going to do?
Boston survives, so Chicago will survive.
Good point. 2-1 the count. You see the exaggerated shift here on Holiday, who started the 2-out rally in the first with a single.
Yeah, I love that sequence. So the first 3 pitches were all low and away, and then he finally just goes right back up and in. Even for a veteran hitter like Holiday, who really has never had a bad season, if you look at it, he's been average or above average every single year of his career. He's been in the big leagues for 13 years, and he's one of the few examples of those big mega contracts that have actually worked out. Right? They might bring him back even though his contract's expiring.
Nice pick there at third base by Bryant. And a couple of 1, 2, 3 innings now for Lester after the trouble in the first inning. 5-3 on that one, and the Cardinals go in order. Nice play on a sharply hit ball off the bat of Matt Holliday.
It's another nasty pitch. Way down.
So Holliday retired, and so are the Cardinals. We go to the bottom half of inning number 3. David Ross will lead it off here for the Cubs at Wrigley. This is the start of a first of a 4-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals, and you kind of look at the Cardinals in this respect, and they come in today 12 games back of the Cubs. If they have any sights on a division, they feel they probably have to sweep.
No, it doesn't matter.
But they don't.
I'm sorry. Even if they sweep, it doesn't matter. The division is over. It's been over for weeks. Their only hope is the wild card, and right now it's got to be the second wild card because they're 4 games out of the first, and as Richard said, tied with the Marlins. So could they get to that? Sure. It's a long way to go for what is essentially a 1-game playoff to get into a 1-game playoff.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and I think they just have to feel like they're playing better. They had an okay homestand. I think 3-3. Jaime Garcia started it and finished it with very nice starts. I think they just want to get in a groove where they feel like they like the way they're playing. And they haven't, it's been one of those years where you say, okay, this team's good enough to win a World Series. Good pitching, good defense, good hitting, but never at the same time.
Let's go back out to Wrigley Field where Kerry Muscat, who covers the Cubs for MLB.com, kind enough to take a few moments to join us here. And Kerry, this team did have a lot of high expectations in spring training. Do you think that they've gone above what those expectations even were now, 30 games above 500?
Yeah, 30 games above is probably not something anybody believed that could happen here in August. I thought it was interesting when you mentioned that the division is over. That's not what Joe Madden is thinking. He doesn't take anything for granted. He remembers teams blowing leads. I tweeted out something today about the 69 Cubs, and I got blasted by fans because they reminded me that in 69 they had a nice 9-game lead in August and they blew it. So they don't take anything for granted. I know it's cliche, sorry about this, but it's 1 game at a time, and that's what they're doing.
I think that makes total sense for Madden to say, although I will respectfully disagree. I think it's totally over.
Okay.
Kerry, Pedro Strop had knee surgery, or is about to have knee surgery. He's been really, I think, an underrated part of that bullpen. How are they going to be able to get by without him?
They're really going to miss him a lot. Strop has a torn meniscus from a fielding play that he made during yesterday's game. What was yesterday? Wednesday's game. He's going to have a surgery on Friday. He's out 4 to 6 weeks. The good news is that it's just there's no ligament damage and that he'll be back toward the end of the year. The bad news is who takes over, especially with Rondon. Hector Rondon hasn't been available because of a sore tricep. So Madden says he's looking at Joe Smith, who they just got from the Angels, as being the guy to go up against right-handers. So we'll kind of see how that works. Plus, Justin Grimm is back, and he was pretty effective in that role as well.
Kerry, this is Richard. What's going on?
Richard.
Hi there.
It's hot. I mean, Mazer knows all about this out here.
Yeah. Hey,
oh my God.
What do you think's up with Tommy La Stella? What do you think the end game is for this thing?
I honestly don't know. And talking to players, a lot of players have reached out to him. It makes no sense to me. I can't ever remember a player just going home when they're optioned to the minors and saying that they need, that they're not going to do it. We've all had bosses tell us to do things that we don't want to do, and you do it. This is not a personal decision. It was a matter of numbers. They optioned La Stella when Chris Coughlin was back off the disabled list. One of the reasons they wanted Coughlin back, despite his numbers, is because Dexter Fowler was coming back off the DL, and they weren't quite sure that Fowler was 100%. So Coghlan gave him a little bit of insurance. I'm not sure how this is going to play. Right now, Listella's on the temporarily inactive list on the minor leagues. I honestly don't know. The Cubs are giving him time. They've had their sports psychologists talk to him. Madden's talked to him. Players have talked to him. Coghlan told me today he reached out and sent him a text, and he's talked to him. It's very puzzling.
Kerry, I wanted to ask you, so much has changed about the Cubs, the culture, the results, and everything in the last 2 years. How are the fans taking it? Are they enjoying it? Are they nervous? Do they realize how special what they've got there is?
No, they know how special it is. I think a lot of them are nervous. Like I say, I posted something on the '69 team, and all of a sudden I got this rash of responses. So it's like, don't say that, don't mention that. You have to be very careful. Pedro Strop mentioned today that he wants to come back so he can pitch in the World Series. Fans don't even want to hear the words World Series. They're afraid that that's going to jinx it too. So fans are really giddy. Giddy is the best word I could use, and it's just really, the ballpark's been packed every day. It's really been exciting out here.
Kerry, one final question for you here. We'll let you get back to the game, but the Cubs acquiring Aroldis Chapman, there was a lot made about the things that had happened to him in the offseason, and how the fans received him, and how have his players received him?
If you were here in the ninth inning when he comes in and then the scoreboard flashes the 101, 103, 104 for his fastballs, they've obviously accepted him very well. It's really kind of cool. He will throw a pitch. There will be a pause as everyone waits for the video board to show the speed. And then there's this ooh, ah moment that happens right after it. So it seems as long as he's effective, they will love him. Unfortunately, his time with the Cubs got off to a little rocky start because of a bad news conference. I just don't think he was prepared for some of the questions, but I think they've gotten over that. They're working on getting a new interpreter to work with him, and right now he seems to be blending in very well.
Well, Kerry, again, thanks for the time. Get into that dining room over there and cool off a little bit, will you?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's like, Andy, you know what it's like. The wind's blowing out and there's no air in this press box, so it's one of those days.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
Kerry, thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Kerry Muscat, who covers the Cubs for MLB.com, and yeah, trust me, if you haven't been in that, it's like being in an oven because there's no air when the wind blows from the south. But that is a story for yet another day. Fowler up opposite field there, and it'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Carlos Martinez and the St. Louis Cardinals. We played 3 at Wrigley Field, a 1-0 lead for St. Louis. With A-Rod's final game with the New York Yankees coming up tomorrow, at least scheduled for tomorrow. Let's take a look back at some of the best moments of A-Rod's career.
Alex has his first stolen base, and there was no contest on that.
And Alex Rodriguez has number 1 in the show. Alex Rodriguez is now a 40-40 player. Attaboy, Alex.
Base hit for A-Rod. There's number 1,000. And then that will go into his trophy case.
Alex driving it to right center. Could it be number 300 for Alex Rodriguez?
If this is fair, it could be. It is number 500 for Alex Rodriguez.
He's done it again.
There's bedlam in the Bronx as Alex Rodriguez, a new man in 2009, has tied this game in the 9th inning.
In the air to right. Back is Abreu at the wall. That's gone. Game tied. The 0-1. Ripped into left field. Alex Rodriguez has delivered for New York. In to score is Damon. Headed to third is Teixeira. And to second is Rodriguez. And the Yankees lead 5-4 in the 9th.
There it is, number 600, Alex Rodriguez, the youngest man ever to get to 600 home runs. He did it in style. He joins the 3,000 hit club with a home run.
One of the greatest careers any player's ever had. And as his teammate Brian McCann said, he is simply one of the best players in history to ever put on a uniform.
So with A-Rod moving on, we see some other high-profile and big-time players moving aside this year as well. Big Papi David Ortiz did not really have a press conference, but was getting some gifts from everywhere. Mark Teixeira earlier in the week announcing that he's going to be leaving. There's Rodriguez after tomorrow being released. And one of the more gut-wrenching types of press conferences to watch was that one with Prince Fielder. And we look at the numbers from these guys. I mean, almost 2,000 combined home runs with these guys. I mean, the game is losing some notable players.
Yeah, those are 4 really big names. And that's if you assume A-Rod is actually done. There's the rumors he's going to go to the Marlins. I don't buy it for a second. I think he's absolutely done after tomorrow. But you're right. Those are 4 guys who have had extremely long careers, at least 2 of whom should definitely be in the Hall of Fame. We'll see how many make it. But, I mean, those are names that we're not going to be able to see anymore.
Yeah, and they left an impact. I'll never forget David Ortiz taking the microphone at Fenway Park that day. He spoke for an entire city. It's courage, it's tenacity, and all that, you know. And he helped change the way we think about the Boston Red Sox. That's quite a legacy he leaves.
Absolutely. Powerful words from a powerful player that day after the marathon bombings back in Boston. Top of inning number 4 at Wrigley Field. And John Lester settling in after getting the first 2 men in the first inning and then single line out. And the only run of the game.
That should tell you a little bit about what a weird spot the Cardinals lineup is in, because Brandon Moss is playing against the lefty. Brandon Moss should really not ever be playing against the lefty for his career. 316 on base against lefty, only 385 slugging, way better against righties. But I guess, you know, they had Randall Grichuk, Matt Adams is hurt. There's no weird spot. They have a lot of lefties on the bench right now, so sort of stuck with that.
MLB Plus presented by T-Mobile. Good look from our T-Mobile Greater Coverage Cam behind home plate at Wrigley Field. Up on the backstop. That one fouled back.
I thought for sure after I said that ball was going about 700 feet.
Well, yeah, let's see. The early prediction about Matt Carpenter letting the first pitch go did not come through. So you're 1 for 2. That's not a bad batting average.
I'll say that was a note instead of a prediction.
Okay, good call. I'm going to give you that. Well, it was, you know, statistically there because he doesn't usually swing at the first pitch. Full count now. Got him looking. Now, I guess there was some need for Lester to settle in a little bit last year. You know, you get a big money deal for a pitcher moving from the American League to the National League. It's not so much a big deal anymore with interleague play, but yet you still have to worry about it every day. He seems like he's found himself a little bit more this year.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is the environment. I think Joe Madden's an easy guy to play for, and you're around other veteran guys. Arrieta and Lester feed it. You can tell they're close. By watching Lackey and Arrieta and Lester and those guys, obviously it's a close pitching staff. Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, is fantastic. The job he does puts him in every possible position to succeed.
So Molina with a double down the left field line is now 2 for 2 with an RBI.
Molina has had a really red-hot August. He came in to today 452 on base, 538 slugging in August. And if you look at his season, you split him in half, and there really hasn't been much of a difference. First 200 plate appearances, second 200 plate appearances. But if you look deeper than that, he was great in April and an absolute mess in May and June. On base percentage well below 300 both months. Pretty good in July, and it's just been red hot in August. So, you know, you wonder how much of this is going to sustain. Obviously, he's got a lot of tread on those tires, but it's been one of the Cardinals' best hitters for about the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, it was an interesting point. Sorry to interrupt you, Richard, but, you know, it was an interesting point that Lindsay brought up, you know, with the fact that he wasn't an all-star this year. You get that extra, basically, that week just to kind of kick your feet up and say, okay, let's start playing again.
You know, it's rare that you get to say not going to San Diego is going to rejuvenate you. But
yeah.
I wonder about, I use him as an example of the whole team. Look at the guys they have there that have won rings: Carpenter, Molina, Holiday, Wainwright. I just wonder what would happen if they all start playing at a high level in September, and how much noise they can make in October if they're fortunate enough to get that second wild card spot in the National League.
Well, that would be an interesting spot, because if we can all agree they're going to have to go through the wild card to get to the playoffs.
Sure, and probably go on the road.
Exactly. And most likely have to play until the final day of the season or close to it. So then you won't really be able to line up your pitching rotation, and then you're stuck with maybe your fourth best starter in the wild card game. And that's not saying that they can't do it, but it's going to be just in the least optimal spot possible.
Right, but I think if that fourth starter is, let's say it comes up, it's Wainwright or it's Jaime Garcia, who may be their best guy right now. You know, I think their rotation is deep enough that they'll take their chances. You know, Hunter Pence said in 2014, and when the Giants played in Pittsburgh, he goes, "Hey, we're here because we weren't good enough. But if you're a competitor, this is a second chance, and you love that." And they weren't. You know, they finished about a month later winning a World Series.
That's a good point. It doesn't matter what the Cardinals do because the Giants are going to win the World Series this year.
Yeah, right.
Even over here, right? There's Molina at second with one out, a 2-2 count on Johnny Peralta.
Yeah, first four of these pitches have all been low. He's not giving him anything high to hit, nothing he can get his arms out extended on. Now cue something high. Oh, there it is, all low.
And now full, 3-2. Peralta lined out to Bryant his first time up there in the first inning. He's missed some time this year.
Yeah, I think Peralta it's a good example of how much shortstop has changed around him. I remember maybe a year and a half ago, I wrote that he was the best shortstop in the game at the time because Tulowitzki was always hurt. And now you think about it, he's not top 10. And that's partially because he's not had a great year and he's been hurt, but all of the Seager and Bogarts and Correa and all these guys have come up. The position has changed so much. He was an underrated guy there for a long time. He doesn't look like a shortstop. He's not graceful, but a better fielder than I think people give him credit for.
So 2 outs in the inning. Well, the first out of the inning was the strikeout of Brandon Moss. Let's take a look at that in StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services.
Yeah, that's a nice pitch. It was about a league average extension, so not really gaining or losing anything. But it was also about that he set him up for the pitches before.
And Molina's double down the line off the bat at nearly 92 miles an hour. And he stands at third base right now with Jed Jerko at the plate with 2 outs.
And so far, both pitchers have done a really nice job of keeping hitters off balance. The Hayward double play was the only one that was over 95 miles an hour, and it was a double play. It was smoked, but at the wrong spot. Nobody else has hit it even more than 95, which is pretty low, all things considered.
Now Ross out to chat with his longtime friend and teammate.
You wonder if a trip like that was to discuss signs or pitch selection, or to just give the guy a break. He knows him so well. And just, hey, catch your breath.
Yeah, and as Carrie just told us, it's a really, really warm night out there.
Molina off at third. And laboring a little bit here is Lester behind 3-0.
And that's the beauty of StatCast, to see, among other things, to see the lead he's getting and knowing what it means and how far he'll go.
And now 3-1 on Jerko. It's always, I remember, you're in my head, talking about how you don't run 90 feet on the bases. It's all about the lead, and
you choose how far you want the base pass to be.
Exactly.
Obviously, you take risk by the further off you go, but it's not really 90 feet. The same for pitching. It's not really 60 feet, 6 inches. You can get as far up the mound as you want.
Well, this is going to be a 90-foot trip down to first base for Jed Jerko. And it's the first walk issued by John Lester. It puts runners at first and third with 2 outs. And Greg Garcia to the plate. And a good look from our T-Mobile Greater Coverage Cam at Wrigley Field, Chicago. Got those new video boards now in their second season at the ballpark. And John Lester in his second season in the ballpark. Pitch count starting to get up there a little bit. Some deep counts here lately. It always drove me crazy watching from a broadcast booth to see after a walk, to see the next guy come up and swing at the first ball. I mean, I know the thinking. I get it. You're going to want to try to get ahead of the next guy.
It's one of those things that it has to work. Otherwise, a lot of people in your dugout are rolling their eyes.
And this one's not going to work out. And the inning's going to come to an end here, and runner stranded.
So John Lester's under 60 pitches. That's under 15 pitches an inning. So he's in a pretty good spot here.
So Lester will head off the field here, as will his teammate Chris Bryant, who will head to the dugout as well. And earlier today, we caught up with manager Joe Maddon about the one thing that Chris Bryant is not doing well this year, and that's going to the opposite field.
His swing is not built for that. There's no question. When he hits the ball that side, it's normally in the air. So if he doesn't hit it well enough, it's probably going to be run under. He's not necessarily an opposite field line drive or gap kind of a guy. He's hit some low line drives with 2 strikes when they've shifted him heavily where the second baseman's come over. So once in a while he'll get that like low line drive that lands in front of the right fielder. But for the most part, the fly balls he hits to that side are in the air, like really high, that they could be run underneath. I don't even know if he's hit any home runs on that side this year because he was really good at that when he was in the minor leagues, middle APA home runs. It could be the residue of the swing changes he's made with Johnny over the last 2 years also, because it's a different hack. I think a more functional swing now than when he first came up. So maybe all those things are factors. I'm not concerned. I mean, everything's worked out pretty well, and he's still really good.
Yeah, I can listen to Joe Maddon talk about anything all day long, just the way he goes about that whole thing. But let's go back out to the ballpark and bring in Lindsey Berra, our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter. And I mean, obviously he says he's not concerned about this at all, but you know, it really doesn't matter. If Chris Bryant continues to hit the ball in the ballpark, what's the difference, right?
Exactly. And although Joe may not be concerned, but he was definitely interested. He asked me a couple of times if I could get the stats split for home and away, because I don't know exactly which part of that clip you played. He really thinks that the wind here at Wrigley Field is having an effect on Chris Bryant going off here. And I will say I was here last night, and Chris hit 2 really long fly balls to center field. And I know it's center field and not right field, but the whole place was on its feet thinking that they were home runs. And Mike Trout gobbled them both up, can of corn, right in front of the warning track, not even a threat of going out. So there could be something to that wind theory that he's talking about.
Yeah, it's interesting that you asked him that, and we have the graphic up now. He is by far the least effective hitter opposite field. And so, you know, I'm curious more about what Maddon said about changing his swing path. Do you think he was changing it to try to be more productive to the pull field, and that's kind of what messed him up the other way?
I think that he said he was making his swing shorter, so it was probably just about being more efficient to the ball. I didn't ask that specifically. Whatever he did, obviously he's been so productive that it's working. And you know, you see them shift him sometimes, and he hits the ball over the shift. So he's good in that respect, whatever that adjustment was.
Hey, Lindsey, what did Joe say about his pitching staff now, especially here in the second half? I mean, the starters have been extremely lighting it up. I mean, they had that little blip toward the end of the first half, but what's been the big key?
Joe is just really just hitting home that they did not have enough rest before the All-Star game. And they did play 24 straight days heading into the All-Star break. Guys just were not getting the time to recover. And you saw that ERA go up to over 5. And now he's just being really mindful. He keeps saying, rest assured, I will make sure rest is assured. He's going to use the 6th starter a little bit. He's going to start monitoring innings a little bit more. And they came in here, and now they're back down to 2. I think the relievers are 1.76 right now since the All-Star break. So the starting pitchers have just been lights out for the Cubs.
And he's been really impressed, I know, with Kyle Hendricks. We just had a graphic up there with Kyle having the best ERA among those, but has he said anything specifically about him or just what's been working so well for him this year?
I didn't ask him about that. He's just looking at his staff as a whole, and I think everything is just on all cylinders right now, and I think they're mostly feeding off guys like Arrieta, who really hit a groove, and it's just kind of trickling to everybody at this point.
Well, Lizzie, thanks very much. We're going to check back with you again here during the game, and we appreciate the info.
No problem. Thanks.
All right, Lindsey Berra, our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter at Wrigley Field. Anthony Rizzo, after a strikeout, is thinking about 3. And he's in there. So Anthony Rizzo tripling to the right field corner.
I think that's some of the mindset Joe Maddon likes them to play with. Force the action. If you're going to get good base running teams, get some guys thrown out, but you're putting it in the other team's mindset, you got to make the play. We're going to make you make the play.
This is his 4th triple of the year. And for a first baseman, he had 3 last year, 4 this year. Obviously, he's not out there stealing 30 bases a year, but for a big guy, for a first baseman, he's a tremendous athlete. He can really move, and he made that count over there. He's also the best hitting first baseman in baseball, as you can see here. And those are names, right?
Yeah.
Those are names behind him. To be atop of that, I think that's why you talk about the MVP. It's Bryant, it's Rizzo, and they're probably two of the top 3 or 4 right up there.
So Zobrist unable to get the runner home. Grounding out, but Rizzo really picking him up and laying him down as he's coming around the bases. Getting into third base. Motoring.
It was going to take a perfect throw to make that play, and that's how you know the guy's a smart base runner. You know, Andy, on the point of Joe getting extra rest for his starters, I think the San Francisco Giants would always tell you that one of the keys to their 3 championships was they never went short on the rotation. They never skipped guys. They always gave guys extra rest. Any chance they could get to give a guy a break, because they felt like our bullpen and our rotation is going to lead us. Our bullpen is going to save us in the postseason, and they were always good in those areas.
I mean, I'm sure it's a nice thing to have 5 starters all year go in their spots and never miss them, because you're not getting hurt, and I get that. But if it wears a guy out and you can skip a guy once or twice and push him back a day, wouldn't you do it just out of, you know, the pure thought of saving his arm?
Yeah, and the Marlins are doing it now with Jose Fernandez. They're going to pick spots and say, you're taking a day off. The Pirates have done it with Jameson Taillon. Okay, you're off for a week. You know, because, hey, you've got to nurture these young arms. They can carry your franchise for a decade.
I think they wanted to do that with Adam Warren. It just didn't work out. Obviously, he was traded to the Yankees. As we see that pitch there, Buzz Edison Russell. And he's been pretty good with the Yankees since he went back. It's like the one example of a guy who just couldn't make it work in Chicago and been much more successful somewhere else.
And the way the Cubs bullpen is constituted right now, I mean, you've got guys that have started before. Cahill's on the DL right now, but guys like Travis Wood have started. And, you know, actually Mike Montgomery, before he came over to the Cubs as a reliever, was starting for the Mariners. And again, the Cubs are going to strand a man at third base. The 1-out triple. And that is it. So a run, and no runs and 1 hit for the Cubs through 4. The Cardinals continue to lead this game 1-0. We mentioned that David Ross is calling it a career at the age of 39. He's got 1 year left, and he is having a lot of fun in his final year in baseball.
I never thought I'd get a day in the major leagues. I wasn't that guy that played knew when I was going to make it to the major leagues. I just enjoyed playing baseball and tried to do the best I can wherever I was. I look up and I've got a World Series ring, and I've met amazing people, and I've been on a bunch of cool teams, and all these people have shaped who I am.
You don't have to be a superstar to be a leader. You just got that personality that's just special.
I love that guy. My boy Ross, man, he's like the best, man. I miss him so much.
Just to add that veteran presence to the clubhouse. We have a good rapport with each other, and we know how to kind of push each other's buttons.
It's about him and what he actually does in the clubhouse within a group, our leadership qualities.
Well, obviously, the fans of Chicago really embrace him.
Makes me laugh. I'm like big fans of me. I'm like the worst player on the team.
My favorite teammate, my best, teammate so far.
He's right where he needs to be all the time, whether it's having somebody's back, whether it's everybody going, things like that. Can't go unnoticed.
You're gonna go home and be a dad and be a husband. It's nice for him.
Ready, buddy? Come on, Schwartz.
Let there be.
It's kind of hard to believe that was nearly 28 years ago, a little past the date. It was 8/8/88 when a 90-year-old fan pushed the button to put the lights on for the first time at Wrigley Field. There was a game against the Philadelphia Phillies that, luckily for the Cubs, got rained out because they were down 4-1 when the rains came. And the first official night game was 8/9/88 against the Mets, a 6-4 win. And the lights have been on ever since. And it was interesting, the point that Carrie Muscat brought up to us when we had her on earlier in the game, and about how she was taking a little grief from fans saying that there were 30 games over 500, the best time since the 69 team. And we all know what happened to the 69 team. They scuffled in September. They lost the lead to the Mets, but they played all day games. These guys are going to get to play a lot of night games down the stretch. It's totally different.
Right, but this team went through a tough spot. We lost 15 out of 20 at one time. But what they have is, I mean, when you measure talent, 30 teams, there's not more talent on a team than this one. And at the end of the day, that's probably going to win for you. But I understand.
Yeah.
If you've been waiting 100 years, you know, I had friends of mine in Boston. Everything. It was a bad winter of snow, and well, that's what happens when you give away Babe Ruth.
Yeah, there's some angst. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Interesting to know too that, like I said, the lights came on 8/8/88 about 3 weeks ago. The Cubs fielded a team, including the pitcher, none of whom were born before the lights went on at Wrigley Field.
Wow.
Yeah, that's going to keep happening.
You know, my personal memory of that first night game was Bill Murray was walking up and down the press box, reading over people's shoulders and going, "You're not really going to put that in the newspaper, are you?" Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, he and Harry Carey had a good time at that game, if I remember correctly.
Did you notice Carlos Martinez trying to bunt for a hit before? Which I mean, obviously he's probably not likely to get a base hit, but you don't see a pitcher bunting for a hit that often.
Very true.
I don't know that would be the manager's favorite thing to have him squaring around, exposing his hands, and then sprinting down the baseline.
I think that's an excellent point. I'm going to assume that this was the player's choice and not a call from the dugout here.
Player's choice.
And Bryant will handle that. Almost a wild throw. Rizzo saves the day there, as he does very often for the Cubs. And a 1 out. MLB Plus, powered by Amazon Web Services. Martinez thrown out by Bryant. I think you'll excuse the pitchers today for not chugging down the line on a ground ball to the infield.
No, really, nor should they. You know, I'm perfectly fine with him jogging. It's hot. You don't want to pull a muscle. I know you always want to see a guy trying their hardest, and I get that, but in that situation, absolutely not.
You want him to be able to go out to the mound in the next half inning.
Right.
So Matt Carpenter with a couple of fly ball outs takes strike one.
Yeah, Matt Carpenter has really found his power by pulling everything. And, you know, you talked about it earlier, slugging percentage up 375 to 505 to 571. That's enormous. He's a power hitter now. And his pull percentage is way up, 31%, 39%, 48%. Now, almost half of the balls he puts in play are pulled, and almost every single home run he's ever hit has been pulled. So he's just trying to get to that, and you can see here, he's the third best hitter in baseball, Altuve and Trout above him. And I think if not for the injury that cost him a couple weeks, he would have been the MVP conversation as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Altuve's name is on that list because he made the same decision. I'm going to be more careful about counts. I'm going to get the ball in the air more, and I think I'll be more productive. I'll be different, but I'll be more productive to my team.
Yeah, for Altuve, it sounds like the simplest thing in the world, and obviously it's completely not. He's swinging at strikes. He's not going outside and swinging at the balls where if you hit them, you just can't put good contact on them.
Right. Well, he's getting in counts, and when he's getting in those counts, 2-1, 3-1, he's, to use his words, I'm driving the ball, and that's exactly what Matt said he was going to do.
Pulls that one. It's going to go foul.
And you know, when you've been successful, when you've been to an all-star team, and you've made you've gotten a big contract, to say, okay, I'm going to change. That's pretty gutsy. Not everyone would feel comfortable doing that.
And not only that, it's not just saying it, it's actually being able to have the skill to do it, to put it into practice.
That's the freak.
Because every year you hear guys say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and whatever, and now you see these guys actually doing it, and they're superstars.
Again, to get in on the conversation with us here, use the hashtag MLB Plus when you tweet us. And Carpenter down on strikes. 5 strikeouts for John Lester tonight. And 2 away here in the Cardinals' half of the 5th inning. And John Lester, you know, you look at this guy, such a competitor. I mean, and what he's been through in his life and his career. Cancer survivor, he beat it, and looks like he brings that same intensity every pitch.
Very serious guy, and you know, he labored the last inning, and it's like it clicked back in.
Good pitch moving away.
His pitching coach, Chris Bosio, with the Cubs, tells a story that on his first day of spring training, they were doing some fielding drills, and guys were goofing around the way guys do, and John Lester just stared them down like, this is not the way I do business. Okay, we're out here to work, we're out here to win. And it was like he sort of had an impact on the entire team with just his attitude, his seriousness that he went about his work.
Ahead of the count, a ball and 2 strikes now on Piscotty. Strikeout victim his last time to the plate.
I think Lester was pretty unhappy with that last pitch. You could see him react right after it. And for good reason. It was essentially right down the middle. That was a pitch Piscotty, I don't want to say he should have had. It's obviously very hard to hit a baseball. But that was the mistake pitch he was looking for. And you could see Lester was not thrilled with himself for that.
We'll also go back to the signs here for Lester. Scotty, the number 2 hitter in the batting order here for Mike Matheny's Cardinals. Those breaking balls are moving. And you wonder if it's something to do with the heat and the humidity that's going on at the ballpark as well. And a lot of pitchers have said too, when the wind is blowing out, it actually helps their curveball and their slider because there's a little more wind resistance.
And I think there's a bit of focus too into it. You have less margin for error. You have to be finer and keep the ball down.
Jam shot it and fouled up the third base side.
And he does that. Curveball is one of his better pitches. He does have a curve that is a bit higher spin than the major league average. And as we just talk about, high spin's good for a curveball because it drills itself into the ground. You do not want a curveball that hangs up because then you have a curveball that's in the bleachers for the most part.
Those don't curve till they hit the seats.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a strength of Lester's, and we're seeing it tonight. It's one of his better pitches.
You see the definition of spin rate, just in case you're unsure of it. And there is a pitch on the outside corner.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about pinpoint accuracy, and that'll work pretty well too.
Yeah, there's no black on the plate anymore outside, but I think that hit the black, and it was a pretty good-looking pitch there for the 6th strikeout of the game for Lester. So Lester will walk off. And again, his team only down a run, so you look at how this game has kind of transpired to this point. The Cubs have missed several opportunities early in this game. Andy Mazur, Richard Justice, and Mike Petriello here back with you in our studios in New York, and that's pretty much the story. Runners at third base, and you can't score them.
No, and I think we have pitchers performing at the highest level, and especially with runners, in scoring position like that, they make the pitch they have to make. And what we've seen tonight is that both guys keeping the ball down, and when they've had to make a pitch, they've made an out pitch, a nasty breaking ball.
Yeah, it's been a classic pitcher's duel, which is kind of surprising. We talked about the heat and the wind blowing out. What did we say? It's exactly what was going to
We called it.
Exactly right. Let's bring in Ashley Chavez, who is keeping an eye on everything that is involved with social media. Are you getting some good responses here tonight?
Well, I'm getting some good responses, but I have a critic, guys, and I want to address this.
Okay.
Michael Clare says, recently, really disappointed that the MLB Plus broadcast didn't list the mathematically most used Jed Jerko puns. Missed opportunity. What do you guys have to say for yourselves?
You mean that the Jerko store is open?
Well, I see you stole my joke because I replied to this tweet with literally that while we were on there. That's our friend Michael Clare from Cut 4, who I've just now realized has changed his Twitter handle and is no longer the excellent Claire Bear Attack.
Oh, yeah,
so,
that's right.
All right, we're going to have to talk to him about that. I had a joke and then Andy took it, so I don't have a joke anymore.
You want to try again? Go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Well, we also have some nicknames that came through. This one's from Don Peppo. He tweets, best nickname ever, Cool Papa Bell. The rest are cheap imitations. So setting us up a high bar right there, which I agree. Cool Papa Bell rules. That's amazing.
That's a good one.
Yes. And then Kerry Kirk supplying one of the most famous ones, Charlie Hustle, of course, for Pete Rose. Great nickname, always. But I still really love Round Mound and Pound. I think that's my favorite one.
You're going to stick with that one, aren't you?
I'm going to stick with it. I can't beat it.
Hey,
I've never
stick
seen
to your
anything
guns.
better.
Stick to your guns.
Exactly. Lastly, we have a question. What team is standing in the way of the Cubs to win the National League? Mike cannot answer this one, but I want to say it's probably a team in the NL West. What do you guys think?
I was going to say a meteor, but go ahead. You guys can answer. What team stands in their way?
Well, you know what? Right now, I would have to say it might be the Dodgers.
Might be the Dodgers.
Ashley hates to hear that.
I know.
But,
I disagree. I disagree.
I mean, you said it was in the National League West.
That's why I don't want Mike to answer.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I'll say Nationals, but, mostly Meteor.
Meteor. Okay. We're going to go with Meteor. All right, Ashley, thanks very much. We'll check back with you a little bit later as well. Keep those tweets coming in as we have a little technical issue from Wrigley Field. We'll keep you updated on how the game is progressing here as well. Again, use the hashtag MLB+. So if you're just tuning in, we are now into the 5th inning at Wrigley Field. It's a 1-0 lead for the St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals getting on the board in the first inning after 2 were out and getting to John Lester in that inning and pretty much that inning only. Cubs have had some opportunities to get back onto the board here. They had a triple by Anthony Rizzo. He was stranded at third base, and a couple of guys have been stranded at third base with less than 2 outs.
Yeah, and if you saw Jason Hayward's first at bat, he rolled over, grounded out to second base. It's exactly what just happened again, and it's been an ongoing struggle for him this year. It's just not working.
Yeah, offense has not been is not the strength of the Cubs, at this point. But when you're allowing 1 run a game, you don't need a lot. So we'll see how it plays out. They want to get into the Cardinals bullpen. There's been a lot of stress there this year.
Yeah, and both pitchers have been doing a nice job. I mean, obviously there's a reason that these guys aren't scoring a lot of runs tonight. It's because the 2 pitchers are pretty much in control.
Yep.
Yeah, both have been very impressive. Lester really stands out to me because he's never been the kind of guy who blows you away, but he's been pinpoint control. And we've seen that. It's really been the cutter and the 4-seamer, I think, as much as we like the curve. He's just hitting his spots expertly, and you have to wonder how much of that goes to his favorite catcher, David Ross.
He's got 6 strikeouts tonight. Rolling through a couple of them here. There's just some unhittable breaking stuff here in this game. And getting a decent extension. He's not a real tall guy, so you don't expect much more than that.
No, about league average for him. We've seen guys get off 7.5 feet off the mound. It makes a difference. You don't have to have that for success. It's not really his game.
No, but you can tell he can release that breaking ball. He can release his breaking ball knowing it may be in the dirt, but he can let it go completely because he has faith in David Ross back there. David Ross is going to be his hockey goalie tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Coghlan has just drawn a 1-out walk at Wrigley Field. So again, they're in the 5th inning, a 1-0 lead for the St. Louis Cardinals, having some little technical issue with our feed coming from Wrigley Field. So we'll keep you updated as best we possibly can here. Now we get to talk a little baseball.
We'll just act it out, okay? So
we could do like the old days, we could a little crack of the bat, and get the the ticker tape. That was
Dutch Reagan, yes.
That's the way guys used to call them in the old days.
So let me ask you something. Like I've said, the Cubs have it wrapped up. What do you do for the rest of the season? How do you get yourselves prepared for October?
If it's me, I don't change anything. I still say, you got to play like it's like the division's still on the line because you can't afford any more lulls. I mean, they had that one little hiccup, toward the All-Star break. And yeah, it was a lot of it because of the scheduling and what was going on, the 24 straight games at that point with some makeup games. But I don't see you really being able to mess with a whole bunch of stuff. You want to still be playing some good ball toward the end.
Yeah, but I think the one thing they have to do is they have to sit down and be sure to manage the innings, the workload of the pitchers.
That makes sense.
That's the front office. That's Chris Bosio. Guy needs a day off. You want to push him back. You want him to be a certain spot at the end of September because Jim Leland always said, don't tell me who's got the best pitching staff. Tell me who's got the healthiest and the staff with the least amount of work that's ready to go in October. Tony La Russa, when the Cardinals would clinch, he'd always say 2 things. If you need a day off, take it. But when you play, you got to play just like it's normal. I don't want anybody getting in any bad habits because we still have to be ready to go. You just can't turn it back on.
Well, so I think it's a great point because you're right. You can't pretend that you're not playing now and then turn it back on in October. But I think about a game like tonight. It's really hot out there. Lester's, how far do you push Lester knowing you've got a doubleheader coming up in a couple of days? You've got a really deep bullpen. Do you want to push him further than you need to just to try to win this game?
I do. I think you do want to win this game. I think you would take it as far as you can. And I think in a game like this, you're going to be energized by the crowd. You're going to be energized by being at home and all that's going on. Where they're going to be tested is late in the season, playing an empty ballpark on the road. And are we going to get up to play today? The '86 Mets, they had 5 bench clearing brawls that year. And those of us on the outside always thought that Ray Knight and Davey Johnson conspired at 5 different points during the season to say, we're getting a little flat. Let's go out there and start something today to get us going again. And I think that's part of what Aroldis Chapman brought. He changed the tone. People buzz. He takes off the warm-up jacket. People start to buzz. We know fans are looking at that 101 miles an hour. Hey, players are looking too. It changed the team, made it a little different environment.
So again, the Cubs have a man at third base on a terrific slide, head first by Chris Coghlan to remove that front hand from the ability for Peralta to tag him and sliding around with the outside hand to get in.
That's a fantastic slide.
Now, he was at first base after a walk. David Ross hit a ball to the wall, and it eluded Piscotty off the ivy. So the Cubs have runners on at second and third right now with only 1 out in the 5th inning, trying to tie this game at 1 apiece. Again, we have had a little technical issue with our feed coming from Wrigley Field, so we'll do the best we can here to keep you updated on it as we continue to see this replay.
It's a phenomenal slide.
The Cubs, I don't know if you can work on things like this, especially with replay the way it is right now.
That's athleticism to get your right hand around the glove and into the base. That's the freak athletic talent every scout scours this country and the world looking for.
Yeah, it's funny. And Coughlin's maybe the 23rd best player on the roster,
right?
And he's a guy who can make a play like that.
So pitch out there by Molina, thinking that perhaps a little squeeze action was on because, hey, John Lester won a baseball game for the Cubs in the 12th inning in the game against the Mariners with just such a play. And as a matter of fact, there were 2 strikes on him when he laid that bunt down and scored Jason Hayward to cap an improbable win. They were down 6-0 at one point in that game.
I can't get enough of watching that replay because he was out.
Throw beats him.
Obviously, he was safe, but the throw beat him, right? He should have been out. And he made a play and turned it from an out into a save, and that's a big deal in a one-run game.
Tell you what, I give Ron Kulpa a lot of credit. He was right on that. He was rotating over to third base. He's the home plate umpire tonight. And a lot of times you'll get that, well, the ball beats you, you're definitely out. He actually got into good position and watched that play and called him safe. And it would not have been overturned, I don't think, on a challenge.
No, you could see very clearly that right hand kind of got around the back of the base.
So Mike Matheny looking on, a little concerned as to what's going on here with second and third now. And still 1 out in the Cubs half of the 5th inning. They've had a runner at third in the 2nd and in the 4th and unable to get those runners in with less than 2 outs. And John Lester, not known as a great hitting pitcher by any stretch.
He actually hits it harder than you'd think, but just pounds it right into the ground every single time.
Well, it's funny because there's a lot of guys in that clubhouse that feel that the next pitcher that's going to hit a home run is going to be Lester. He hit one in spring training. But just to your point, he does swing hard and the ball comes off his bat pretty well.
And if you're a pitcher, you might as well, right? Chances are you're going to miss.
Yeah.
If you don't miss, you might as well make the most of it.
So 1-1 the count here on Lester. Ross is at second. Coughlin is at third. And that one didn't miss by a whole lot inside, 2-1. So Martinez up to 74 pitches on a hot night. And it's the first of a 4-game series, guys. So you wonder how each manager is going to use the bullpens tonight, knowing that you got a long series.
Yeah, Mike Matheny's got a lot to worry about, a lot to think about. Not just the kids' workload, but the rest of the series, the pennant race, the road trip coming up. And what are we at? Carlos Martinez is at 75 pitches. We're reaching an interesting time here about how far would you let him go on a hot night. How many pitches would you let him throw in one inning here as we get into a high leverage situation? Although I would say the whole night's probably been high leverage given the stakes.
And Lester gets the bunt down, and Coughlin runs right into the out. That ball could not have been bunted in a worse spot. If you're John Lester.
It's just about the worst possible out. I mean, I guess it's not a double play, but I mean, Coughlin was a dead duck. He had absolutely no shot there. You can see, look where this goes.
I mean, momentum.
And you can't even stop because the runner behind you is coming.
So now it's first and third with 2 outs. And if you're Joe Madden, you're thinking to yourself, oh, now I got my pitcher running at first base.
Yeah, that just could not have ended up worse for everybody involved. The good news is you have Dexter Fowler, and he was having the best season of his career by far. But you'd have liked the run.
So Fowler in the game is 0 for 2. He struck out looking to start the game. He's flown out to left field. Eventually he's got 14, a hit that is, in 14 of his first 17 games off the DL. And that went a little bit outside. So Martinez still throwing hard at 99 on that one. But out of the zone. And again, Coughlin nowhere to go.
I don't know if this is the game for Carlos Martinez right here, but it's pretty close. Where his pitch count is, the temperature, and this game situation.
Gets the called strike there.
I mean, if he can live in that 97 to 99 mile an hour zone, whether the changeup is working or not, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, because of course it does, but that's the start of a really effective pitcher. And he does something interesting. He's one of the few guys in baseball, there's maybe 7 or 8 starting pitchers who have a strikeout percentage above 20% and a ground ball rate above 50%. So if you can match strikeouts and ground balls, you're off to a really good start. Now, the difference between good and great, it's that third pitch, right? And that's what kind of makes you, are you going to be a future reliever, or can you be a starter who can turn over a lineup 3 or 4 times?
Right. A big league hitter is going to eventually be able to time.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
We've seen it with guys like Nathan Eovaldi forever trying to find that third pitch, and he can never make it happen, and he's struggled.
Now the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Dexter Fowler. And that's the David Ross hit, where Cogno wasn't exactly sure if Piscotty was going to be able to make the catch, and then made this terrific slide.
Yeah, probably not the best decision to go, let's say that. But, and I think that was from Piscotty, and we talked about Piscotty, very much of a stronger arm this year. And you think the Cubs have to know that.
Right.
I know that, but they most certainly know that. Not the best idea to go, but, made up for it.
And now it's gone full on Fowler. Four-seamer touching 99.3 miles an hour.
Yeah, 99.7 earlier in the, and actually not, I thought maybe it was hardest of the year, but actually not. He said 101 this year. And for a starting pitcher, this is phenomenal.
That's pretty good, yeah. Fans kind of sensing this moment here, and Fowler fouls it out of play. So again, if you're the Cubs, you're thinking, oh man, we've had all these opportunities now. Martinez is a little vulnerable to get the bad luck on the bunt. And again, you have a man at third base and are having a hard time getting him home. So we'll see if they're able to do that here. David Ross, the man at third base. And not going to happen. A line drive to first base.
I feel like we've seen that a couple of times.
Hats off to Carlos Martinez, fired up.
Yeah, he looks great. I mean, they both pitchers do, but I think we're going to be going back to that bunt a couple of times tonight.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, we're through 5 innings at Wrigley Field, and the Cardinals have themselves a 1-0 lead at Wrigley Field over the Chicago Cubs. Time now to take a look at the best of StatCast between the Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals.
And a fly ball. Shallow right, near the line, hustling over. Piscotty, oh, what a catch! An amazing play from the Cardinals right fielder.
What a long, long run. Running full speed, looking up at a fly ball. Look at how far he had to go. And then dives full out to make that play.
Drives that ball in the air out into deep right center. Hayward is back on it. And did he catch it? What a catch by Hayward.
Unbelievable play. You just got talking about how good the Cubs are defensively, and since he's come into the league, nobody has saved more runs than Jason Hayward. This is just a spectacular play, willing to give up the body.
The pitch, swinging a pop-up, goes in the shallow left, out goes the shortstop, and oh, what a magnificent catch by the Cardinals shortstop, and he's going to double off the runner. Holy mackerel, what a great play. Diaz back into the shallow left field. He caught the ball, dived for it, and from his knees, he threw the ball back into the infield, and they doubled him off.
Soler cranks it deep to left. Way out of here, off the board.
This is a little bit of a hanger. And boy, did Soler ever get into that one. My goodness, this ball is crushed.
Hit the bottom part of the video board in left.
So we go to the 6th inning at Wrigley Field. It's a 1-0 lead for the St. Louis Cardinals. A nice night for both pitchers. I mean, not temperature-wise, but results-wise, they're both having a good night.
Well, temperature might help a little bit. Obviously, it's not going to help with their endurance or their stamina, certainly, but we've seen the velocity from Carlos Martinez, and it makes a whole lot of sense that a guy can get a lot looser when it's warm out than you see in April and May, especially in Chicago where it's ice cold.
Yeah, free and easy at 99 miles an hour on a couple of those pitches as the Cubs unable to score, as the Cubs again blowing an opportunity to get a run in from third base. And that's been the bugaboo here tonight. Let's take a look back at some of these plays here. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. Strikeout of Fowler to begin the game and to Bryant. So these are the strikeouts at the hands of Carlos Martinez. He has 3 of them on the night. As we get back underway with Matt Holliday and Chris Bryant throwing them out. So a relatively easy first batter here. As we look back at some of the scarier moments there with Matt Holliday getting that one up and in from when Andrew Kastner was pitching for the Padres. That was in that series where Jed Jerko went crazy.
Yeah, I don't even have the numbers in front of me. It was something like he hit 6 home runs in 5 days, along those lines, just out of control.
So now Lester to face Brandon Moss. Moss playing the outfield tonight.
You know what I like about Brandon Moss is his career turned around when he stopped worrying about strikeouts, right? He spent the first 5 years of his career trying to make it the Red Sox, the Pirates, the Phillies. 300 on base, 382 slugging. And he went to Oakland, and it's basically like, just hit the ball as hard as you can and pull it. So he pulled it a lot more, struck out a lot more, but then he started slugging almost 500 over the last 5 years. He's become a much more effective player. You take the good with the bad if the good is a whole lot more than the bad, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, and the message is you can contribute in different ways. Don't think that you have to be like him. You contribute in your own way. And he's a very comfortable guy with that right now. He's an interesting guy. He's seen his career. His career's had some challenges, to be kind about it.
Yeah, the video you just saw there was when Mike Matheny, the manager of the Cardinals, was with the Brewers. And took a pitch to the face and calmly spit out some blood and probably wanted to stay in the game. That one is hit really deep into right field, and that ball is going to leave Wrigley Field. That is a deep shot into right center, wind or no wind. That ball would have been gone, and Brandon Moss has made it a 2-0 game in favor of the Cardinals. The 19th home run given up this year by John Lester.
And there you go, Brandon Moss. Swing as hard as you can, and hopefully you put it out. And for him, it's almost always pulled. That was to center field, obviously, but to a little bit of right center. I don't think that was. It's not necessarily a bad pitch. I mean, that's low and away. He had to go down for a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit more in the zone than I thought at first, but it's a pitch that the hitter's got to go get, and he absolutely crushed that one.
What I'd be interested to know is Brandon Moss, was he playing as a strategic thing or because other guys are hurt? Matt Adams is hurt. Who else is hurt? Someone else is hurt. There's a couple of guys hurt on the Cardinals. And it didn't look like the best matchup to put him in there against the left-hander, but sometimes you don't know.
105.7 mile an hour, 416 feet, and remember I said earlier, he's playing against the lefty. First home run off the lefty this year. So maybe I'm 1 for 2, depending on how you want to score that, Andy.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And that one followed out a play by Molina. Let me ask you guys a question about the Cardinals, too, because, we talked about a little bit of depth, and maybe that was something that Mike Matheny didn't know exactly how to use. But when you look at these guys, you've got Brandon Moss, you've got Matt Adams, guys that are built very similarly, that kind of give you the same exact thing, not one over the other, really, because you're basically, like we talked about earlier, sacrificing a little defense for offense. But both of those guys seem to be in the same mold.
Yeah, but I think the original blueprint was, okay, Matt Carpenter, Peralta, Wong, and, they knew he would probably be pushed by one of the kids before the season was over, and then have Adams and Moss. And they thought they had it with Pham and Grichuk and Piscotty and Holiday in the outfield. And Mike Matheny was forced to move all the parts here, there, and everywhere. And you can see a lineup like this. It's not. His first concern was not we got to catch everything. His first concern is we got John Lester going tonight, and we got to figure a way to get some runs. And maybe Brandon Moss will run into one. I'll bet he said that right before the game.
It does feel like a bit of a transitional period in the life of this franchise, right?
No question.
Wainwright, Molina, Holiday, all kind of getting maybe not to the end this year, but they're older, right?
What was so impressive about them last offseason was they had 2 guys that they wanted. They wanted David Price and they wanted Jason Hayward. And now 100 times out of 100, other franchises would have said, okay, we got to spend this money somewhere. And the Cardinals just backed off and said, no, we're gonna use some of our kids and see. We're not going to just go get guys we're not comfortable getting. And, you ask him about it, and John Mosaic, the general manager, would say, well, I would like to think that we have some equity in the bank, that the success we've had here, we have to do things we're comfortable with, and it's not going to be the way everyone else runs their franchise.
So fly ball out there by Yadier Molina. Johnny Peralta will come up here, and Peralta with a milestone home run in last game, that is, on the 10th of August. Home run number 200 of his big league career.
Yeah, Peralta, like I said, he's been, I think, underrated for a while. Everybody wants to keep pushing him off a shortstop. But the Cardinals have more power than you think, and because he's been out so long, he's only got 6 home runs. They not only lead the National League in home runs, they have 8 guys with double-digit home runs. The team record is 9 in 2000. So it seems pretty easy to assume that Johnny Peralta could hit 4 more over the remaining 8 weeks or so of the season. They could tie that team record. They could break the team record. And it's just like the most anti-Cardinals team I think I've ever seen. They hit for power. They're not good on the bases, and they're poor on defense. It's the exact opposite of what this franchise has been about.
The Cubs president, Theo Epstein, has a line, the more you know, actually the less you know. And that's what you see with the Cardinals. We all assume, okay, the pitching is going to be great. They're not going to score enough runs. And they've led the majors or been right at the top for almost the entire season in offense. But the defense has been spotty, and the pitching has had some bumps in the road.
I think the one thing they're great at, and you alluded to this a little bit, Richard, in the opening, you were talking about Matt Carpenter, is it's not, I think, that they're better than anybody else at identifying players, but at developing them as they come. And then the Giants too, right? And I think that's the hard part, is turning these, everybody gets young, talented 18-year-olds, like everybody has that, but turning them into actual Major League Ball players. The Cardinals need to do just the best job of that with guys like Carpenter.
Alan Craig.
Alan Craig. You know, Tommy Pham was exactly what I was going to say next. I love Tommy Pham. And, you know, the Giants, obviously, with all their infield. And then you can name some other teams where the exact opposite happened, right? Where the guys just do not develop ever. And I think that's kind of the next frontier, is figuring out why that is.
And you have to be patient with them.
You have to be patient. When we look at Kansas City, the guys like Hosmer and Moustakas, other teams would not have let them, you know, flounder for 2 or 3 years.
So now a 2-0 lead for the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll get ready to head to the bottom half of inning number 6. And let's time down to take a look at our in-game fast cast. Rockies taking on the Rangers in Texas. David Dahl tying a Major League record, the longest hit streak to start a career, 17 in a row. Tied the game at 9 in the 8th inning, and the bases are loaded. Cargo clearing them with a 3-run double. Rockies 12, Rangers 9 on a scalding hot day in Arlington, Texas. The Brewers and the Braves are facing off in the finale of a 4-game set in Milwaukee. The home team scoring in every inning for the 19th time in Major League history, including 3 home runs. And the Brewers go on to the rout 11-3 over Atlanta. Game 1 of the day between the day-night doubleheader between the Astros and the Twins. 5 Astros players driving in multiple runs. Houston tallying a season-high 19 hits and winning this one 15-7. That throw not very close as it goes out into left field. And Altuve scoring 15-7. Houston. Padres and Pirates wrapping up a 3-game series at PNC Park. 10th career start for Jameson Taillon, tossing 8 scoreless innings, striking out 4. And Pittsburgh blanks the San Diego Padres by the score of 4-0. Mets and Diamondbacks scoring off at Citi Field. Atlanta's offense, quite a day. Chris Owings, a home run shy of the cycle. Tuffy Gosewicz, a triple and a homer. Diamondbacks sweep the 3-game series. They take the finale by a score of 9-0. Hard to look at those uniforms on a warm day in New York. Can only imagine how warm those guys were in the heat of the day. Not good.
No, not good at all.
Not good. 2-0 score here as the Cubs will come to the plate here, batting in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Chris Bryant set to lead things off from the Wrigley Field in Chicago. He'll be looking for his first hit. He's actually 0 for 2 in the ball game here today. We welcome back in our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter, Lindsey Berra, who is at the ballpark. And, you know, we look at these two managers on paper, and you look at Mike Matheny, kind of the serious guy. You look at Joe Maddon, kind of the happy-go-lucky guy. Is that the only difference between these two guys?
They really couldn't be more polar opposites on paper. I'm actually looking at Jen Langosh here right now. We were talking about this before. Joe is so happy-go-lucky, and he's got this, you know, master of the double switch. He's kind of the mad scientist in there. And Matheny is the one who kind of gets criticized for not using the bullpen really well, and he messes up the double switch occasionally. And he's really, really old school, which is a great quality, and sometimes he gets criticized for being too old school, whereas Joe Maddon is the really new school. But I do think the one thing that they have in common is they're both completely unapologetic for their styles. Mike Matheny says, I don't have to charm anyone, I'm a baseball manager. And he's got a .570 winning percentage. And he's won 4 playoff series and 3 division titles. And most people would think that's pretty awesome. He's a god in the town. And a lot of times St. Louis, he gets this bad rap and they say, oh, he's not really that good. So I don't know that I really get it. But I like Mike Matheny. I like Joe Maddon. They're just very, very different fellas.
When you say that, you know, Mike Matheny, the Cardinals fans don't think he's any good, is that specific to St. Louis, do you think? Or are people just kind of figuring out that it's a really talented team and you know, any manager should have high expectations?
might be specific to St. Louis in that they're the group that gets to interact with him the most and really see him on a day-to-day basis. I think people across the league pay attention to Joe Maddon because they can't wait to see what he does next. But Mike is just one of those, like, go to work every day, lunch pail guys who goes with his head down, doesn't call a lot of attention to himself. And when he's winning, it's great. That's when they pay attention to him. But when things go wrong, then the rest of the league starts to look.
Lindsay, this is Richard. Don't you love Joe Maddon's pregame sessions when the topics can go to his favorite wines, to the latest, greatest novel he just read, to psychology? I mean, you never know what you're going to get when you go in to talk to Joe Maddon, do you?
No, and I love to ask him questions that are going to bring crazy, thought-provoking answers, because he just has an opinion on absolutely everything, be it baseball or the price of coffee in Brazil. It's unbelievable the stuff that you can get into with Joe. He's just so educated and so funny and quirky and really willing to talk whatever it is that you want to talk.
You know, when you look at Joe Maddon and the way that this team, the Cubs, are configured here, and very young, and some very inexperienced when it came to postseason. Their first experience was last year. Is he the perfect guy? I mean, could you imagine anybody else really managing this team?
No, and when you talk about young players, somebody like Joe Maddon has such confidence. I mean, he's putting, relief pitchers in the outfield, right? Who has the confidence to do that and not worry about, oh, hey, they might drop a fly ball. So when your manager has that kind of confidence in you as a player, you're going to end up having that kind of confidence in yourself, and that is so important for young guys in this league.
Lindsay, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again after this ball game, and thanks very much for your report.
No problem.
All right, Lindsay Barrow, our T-Mobile Greater coverage reporter, out at the ballpark right now. Probably heard in the background a little screaming and yelling. It's because the Cubs have a rally going here. First and second, and nobody out in their half of inning number 6. And Ben Zobrist will come to the plate here. A single by Bryant and a single floater into center by Anthony Rizzo.
Andy, one thing about the two managers, while their styles with the media and their homespunness and all of that stuff couldn't be more different. They do have one thing in common, I sense being around them, is they have the backs of their players, and their players know it. Mike Matheny can be stoic with us at times. He doesn't give as much of himself as Joe does. But I have a feeling that in that room, his guys have complete trust in him. And I think the door is open. There's a great communication. And at the end of the day, all the other stuff's fun. But those things that are most important, they're a lot alike in those ways.
Oh, we have Zobrist stuff, by the way. I realize this is the most awkward segue ever, but he's batting, and I want to talk about him. We talked about how he's kind of struggled over the last couple of months, and it's not because he's not hitting the ball hard, and it's not because he's striking out more. It's because of this. This is his launch angle, right? And launch angle has gone pretty much straight downhill. And, there's a point where too high of a launch angle is bad because those are pop-ups, and that's not great. But, that 13 degrees, 12 degrees, those are line drives. And then 9 degrees, lower line drives, and 3 degrees, those are ground balls. And it doesn't matter how hard you hit the ball. If you're going to hit it in the ground, you're not going to slug for doubles and triples and home runs.
Now, we talked about this before the game, but do you think that's a product of how they're pitching him or the fact that he's 35 years old?
It could be both. I tend to think that it's more, it's a long season, and he's a guy who's been around for a while, and it's hard to get that kind of loft. And when you see guys power go, it's not necessarily they're not hitting the ball as hard because they're not getting the elevation. We see that with a lot of older guys, so I think that's where I would lean there.
And also what he did in May, hit 406, that was not sustainable.
No.
217 the next 2 months. And really, for this team, the point you've made is, hey, what are you going to hit in October? If you hit 406 in October, it'll look like 406 for the whole year.
That's absolutely right. And it is also about setting proper expectations. If your expectations were the May version of Ben Zobrist is who you're going to see the rest of the year, then you were expecting the best season in the history of baseball. And I like Ben Zobrist. That probably wasn't going to happen.
But I also would think Joe would say, okay, this is how the guy contributes. He contributes in the clubhouse. He's very good defensively. All those years in Tampa, they would put him at shortstop. He would settle the whole team. They'd put him at second, right field. He would make a difference. He contributed in a million different ways. When they signed him, you think, oh my gosh, Maddon and Zobrist together again, good things are going to happen.
Struck out on a pretty nasty changeup.
Well, you can't hit a launch angle if you don't make contact, so there's that. But there's that changeup from Martinez that we were talking about. That was the elite pitch that's been missing just a little bit this year.
And he's thrown very few of them, right?
Yeah, so far tonight, really, I don't think we've seen that many. It's been a lot of fastballs, and I guess you can throw 96 miles an hour. That's probably what I would do too. But when you can break out that changeup after seeing so much heat, then you're really going to make hitters look foolish.
He doesn't throw many curveballs, I don't think. But could the curveball be the changeup? as his career progresses?
You know, it could be if it improves. I mean, it's really, for him, it's fastball and changeup when he's doing it right. And then you have the curveball as kind of that third option. Right. And he's really got two fastballs. He's got the sinking fastball who gets all the ground balls we talked about. So I think, you know, he's still, what is he, 24 years old, 25, something like that. There's room for improvement. And I think that the talent is absolutely there. And it's really just the best possible sign that after the shoulder injury happened last year, we're still seeing velocity, because for all the talk we have about elbows and Tommy Johns, shoulder injuries are way scarier for pitchers.
So here we go again with the Cubs. First two men on. Strikeout of Zobrist, and Russell popping out to the dugout there, and a good play by a guy not experienced really at first base. When the wind blows out at Wrigley Field, balls that usually get into the stands about 3 or 4, maybe 5 rows, end up coming back onto the field. And that's what happened in this instance.
So 97 pitches, would you think this would be it for Carlos Martinez?
I think it depends on how the lineup rolls over the next time they're up, right? If it's a situation where they can get some runs, then yeah, probably. But, you know, it's kind of weird because people like to say, well, he's dealing, right? Well, every pitcher is dealing right up until the moment that they're not.
Yeah, he's dealing.
And then he's dealt.
Right.
He's out.
and what, you know, a lot of managers do is they'll let a guy hit in the 6th inning and then take him out as soon as like the very first batter gets on base the next inning. And it's like, well, you should just hit for him in the first place and had a better opportunity to score.
Well, that's, you know, that's part of why the St. Louis Cardinals fans are so good, in that, well, you should have known. You should, you know, and that's the game Mike Matheny plays. That in a city where they have great fans, baseball season runs 365 days a year, and the bar is pretty high. Also, we should remember, he's the guy that replaced a Hall of Famer. And that's not the easiest thing to do, and they haven't missed a beat.
So pitch number 100 is a strike on a foul by Jason Hayward. It was now down to the count of ball and 2 strikes. First and second for the Cubs here. In the 6th inning, down now 2-0 after the Moss home run.
Now watch here against Hayward, see if they try to attack him low. And that's really where a lot of the problem has been. He has previously been a low ball hitter. That's where all the power has come from. And this year it's just gone. There's a big hole in the bottom of that strike zone. What the reason for that is, I don't have a good answer for it, but that's been the issue. He just is not generating that power there the way he used to.
You know, at age 26, you know, there are different schools of thought about a player reaching in maximum potential as far as power, and sometimes power comes late in a guy's career when they, you know, get a better handle on their swing and stuff like that. But if you're constantly tinkering with it, kind of tough.
Yeah, and you can see here, this is the biggest decrease in average exit velocity from the last 2 years. Over 230 or something guys who've had at least 100 balls in play. Jason Hayward's number 5 on that list. Now, you know, some of it, Giancarlo Stanton, well, he went from 98 to 95. Okay, that's fine. But Jason Hayward going from 90 to 87, that's kind of a big deal. And that's not really a list you want to be on. That's the biggest problem.
His second year in the big leagues, he really struggled in Atlanta. And I tend to think, you know, new team, big contract, you feel you have to fulfill the contract, even though they tell you 100 times you don't. And that maybe an off-season, deep breath, he'll be great next year. But, you know, maybe he'll be great in October. But you're right, it's been hard to watch at times.
All right, they do go low again. It'll be a tough play at third, no throw made. Actually, Peralta kind of bounced that one to the dirt on a fake throw.
I'm going to assume he's going to get a hit out of that, and it's going to look like a line drive in the box score, as they say, but it's not exactly a crushed ball on that low pitch.
No, and that's part of what you pay for when you move your players around. You say we got to do this and this and this for offense. You're going to have a guy playing a place he's not comfortable playing.
So now the bags are loaded. And Chris Coghlan, who drew a walk his last time, and then eventually got to third base on a tremendous slide on a double by David Ross off the ivy and left center. And was basically hung out to dry on a suicide squeeze attempt by John Lester to bunt right to the spot where Coghlan was running.
Yeah, not too much he could have done about that. I think that the tag up was still questionable. Going to second base obviously made sense. Continuing on the third against Piscotty's strong arm, he made it work, but it wasn't necessarily the best baseball position.
Fastball had some late movement to it, and only at 90 miles an hour. And Martinez is not wasting any time, getting the ball rocking and firing. With Chris Coghlan here in a big situation for the Cubs. The base is loaded, down a couple of runs in the 6th.
He is not the favorite of Cubs fans right now. He's had really a troubled year. And I think it's unfair because he was a very solid player for the last 2 years, but he's one of the guys who's going to have to earn his way onto the playoff roster. I think he is far from guaranteed himself a spot there, and this would be a pretty big spot to do that.
I would agree with you. I mean, you've got guys that are in the minors right now because of numbers situations with Almora.
And a guy back in New Jersey.
With Estella, who doesn't...
He might have played himself off a major league roster the way this is going. But he's interesting. Estella had performed very well. I don't see how you can add him back to the major league roster after 2 weeks off or however long it's going to be without any appearances, facing live pitching. He's not really put himself in a spot where he's a valuable option.
No, he needs to show up and play in the minors until they say, come on. But who knows what goes through a guy's mind.
Especially this time of year, the roster's expanding in just a couple weeks now, and this is a team that very clearly expects to be playing in the postseason, and he could have had a spot on that roster.
Full count pitch fouled back as runners were taken off on that pitch. Big spot here for the Cubs and for Coughlin, getting the start in left field tonight. May have gotten away with him right there, high in the zone. But when you've got 97 miles an hour behind it, you can afford to make those mistakes.
What was that?
Did you see that? Timeout and winds up hitting the ball in the right field for a base hit. 2 runs are coming in. And here comes Rizzo to score and tie the game at 2.
That is one of the weirdest things I think I can remember seeing.
And that's when you go to the games, because you're going to see something you've never seen before. Look at Joe Madden. What was that?
That was a design play, I'm sure. Coughlin will tell you after the game, yeah, I wanted to call timeout to fake him out and then just take the ball into right field for a hit. Timeout? Nope. Sorry. Okay, I'll hit it.
What was the velocity on that?
On the pitch?
Carlos Martinez did not lay off, did he?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. It'll take a second to see what the velocity on that was, if he maybe thought that the pitch wasn't going to happen.
But, I mean, did you notice in that at bat?
It says 82 miles an hour.
Did you guys notice in that at bat, he was quick pitching a lot. He was really working a lot faster than he normally has.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, right.
Yeah, it was a changeup. So I guess that's about as hard as he usually throws the changeup. No, actually, I lied
If that's what it was.
Well, 83 miles an hour, and I believe it was a changeup, and it was a few miles an hour slower than he usually does. But we'll have to see a replay, hopefully, to see exactly what it was. But what a weird sequence all in all.
But was he quick pitching or was he working faster?
I think he was working faster. He was definitely set, and obviously there was no blocking issues there, but it just seemed like he really sped the pace up quite a bit.
And that's when you get Chris Coughlin back.
Yeah, that's right.
Did he play playoff last year? Just kidding. A quick, short poke. Sometimes, maybe it's better. You don't have time to think. So David Ross with a chance to put the Cubs up after all that. Comes to play with a man at first and third. Coughlin at first, Hayward you just saw there at third base. Tie game, 2-2. And a bunt.
You've got to be kidding me. He's off.
Off the bag is Carpenter, and the Cubs have taken a 3-2 lead. What were you guys saying? You see just about something different every time you turn on a Major League Baseball game.
That's when you want David Ross.
A good throw definitely gets him. But the throw by Martinez pulled Carpenter off the bag.
But I would score that a hit. I mean, that was a pretty extraordinary play he was being asked to make there.
I agree with you.
I wonder, should he have gone to the plate, right? Because he was coming in, maybe we'll get a chance to see a replay of that. He looked like he might have had a better shot at home.
Hard to tell where he received the ball and where Hayward was at that point, but Anthony Rizzo certainly liking it.
This is the second highest pitch total this season. He threw 122 on June 11th. Other than that, he's been right around 100.
Did they score that a hit?
I believe so, yeah.
So hitting a run batted in.
This inning has taken a turn, hasn't it?
Yeah, how about that? So the Cubs with actually now 5 hits in this inning. They had 2 all game coming into the inning. And Matt Caesar is going to pinch hit. And his first pitch is popped into foul ground, and Taken there by Carpenter, but damage done as far as Carlos Martinez and the Cardinals are concerned. 3 runs. As I mentioned, 5 hits. The Cubs, after 6, now have a 3-2 lead. Earlier this week, the St. Louis Cardinals called up their top pitching prospect, Alex Reyes. Let's get a little more on him from our own Jim Mayo. Where does Jim come from?
St. Louis Cardinals look to bolster their bullpen by calling up their top pitching prospects, actually one of the best pitching prospects in all of baseball, and Alex Reyes. He came up on Tuesday, made his big league debut with a perfect frame in relief, and that's what you're going to see from him from here on out, at least for the 2016 season. He is going to pitch out of the bullpen, and truth be told, that might be his best role, at least in the short term. He's been developed as a starter since he signed, but because of some command issues, I think easing him in as a relief pitcher is a very good idea. That and the fact that his power stuff will really play up in shorter stints. Anyone who watched the Futures game knows what Alex Reyes is all about. We're talking easy mid to upper 90s fastballs, consistently triple digits. He's got a lot of life to his fastball, makes it even tougher to hit. Oh, and to go along with that, he has one of the best power curveballs in all of the minor leagues. It's a true swing and miss pitch. Now, he's got a very good changeup, one that he's worked very hard on to be at least major league average, so he can use that to keep left-handed hitters honest. It's about 14-mile-an-hour differential, at least that's what it was during the Futures game, between the changeup and the fastball, which is almost unheard of for a power pitcher. The key thing for Alex Reyes is, can he throw strikes? He was walking about 4.5 per 9 innings at the time of his call-up. Shorter stints out of the bullpen, that won't be a big problem. They can decide whether or not they want to move him back into a rotation role coming into 2017, but if he's really good out of the bullpen, he may end up being the next Trevor Rosenthal.
All right, thanks to Jonathan Mayo for that update on Alex Reyes. We see him from the Futures game. And Mike, you got a chance to see him firsthand there in San Diego.
He was phenomenally impressive. I watched that whole game from the press box, and he stood out more than anybody through the 3 or 4 hardest pitches of the game, the highest spin pitches of the game. He is a fantastic prospect. And I remember at the time we were all looking at each other going, why is this guy not in the big leagues yet?
Yeah, they must have heard you.
I guess so.
There he is, making his big league debut, hitting 101 on the big gun a couple of times and helping the Cardinals in that game on August 9th when he made his big league debut. So Alex Reyes part of the equation here as far as the St. Louis Cardinals are concerned. For how long, I'm not really sure, but good to get these guys a taste of what it's like, life in the major leagues. We're going to head back out to Wrigley Field and welcome in Jennifer Langosh, who covers the St. Louis Cardinals for MLB.com. And Jennifer, this Alex Reyes situation, I mean, it's got to be kind of breathing a little life into this team as well, and you get a chance to see the number 1 overall prospect in the organization.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy, as we saw the other night in his major league debut, can hit 101 on the radar gun. Not only that, I mean, that might get the crowd kind of in a tizzy, but then we saw the curveball that he has. We didn't even get to see his changeup because he didn't need it. But this is a 3-pitch pitcher that the Cardinals now have. I think he'll work his way into the back end of the bullpen as well. And it's a different look for this Cardinals bullpen. Since Trevor Rosenthal went on the DL a few weeks ago, Cardinals don't have a flamethrower there in the bullpen anymore. Alex Reyes offers that. He's going to get an opportunity to start off in low leverage situations, work his way up. And certainly if there's another need in the rotation, you wonder if he could get a look there. The reason that the Cardinals right now are more confident in bringing him up for a bullpen spot was mostly due to efficiency and a high walk rate in the minor leagues, 2 things that he had a hard time getting under control. But again, pitch efficiency isn't so much an issue when you're looking at trying to just get 1 inning out of him in relief.
Jen, you talked about Trevor Rosenthal, and we've had a couple of his games on Plus so far this year, and he's kind of been all over the place in all of them, and now he has a couple of arm injuries. What's the latest on him? Are we going to see him this year?
He's hopeful to pitch again, but I can tell you that we learned today that he's not going to begin a throwing program for at least 2 weeks, which is a 2-week delay. He was actually supposed to start throwing again this week, had been the hope. They want that shoulder to rest. So he's dealing with a little bit of a forearm issue, mostly shoulder inflammation, got a platelet-rich plasma injection last Tuesday, taking 3 weeks off, which puts him back in late August, beginning a throwing program, and then it's kind of working against the clock. So he's optimistic. The Cardinals are hopeful, but it's not just getting Trevor back. It's in what form will he come back. And as we had seen for the most part this year, command and walks have been very much an issue for him. Cardinals hope that healthy, he can be the dominant guy that he is, and if this is a team that can make a push into October, that he can still be a contributor there.
Hi, Jen. This is Richard. What's the state of the team in terms of confidence after the bumpy ride the season's been? toward playing in October? Do they feel good about where they're at or where they can get to?
Yeah, in many ways, they feel really good about where they're at, which is tied for the second wild card game spot because they haven't played their best baseball this year. So the way that they've kind of angled this is, the fact that we're still in the playoff race, despite not putting everything together, they hope that their best baseball is ahead of them. That being said, we are 4+ months into the season. We've seen very suspect defense from this team. We've seen up and down pitching from the starting rotation. The offense has kind of been the one thing that's been consistent throughout this year for this club. But they have the talent. They have been hurt by injuries lately. I mean, we talked about Trevor Rosenthal. Aledmys Diaz is a big loss for this team. But they do hope they still have that run in them that we haven't really seen from this club this year. And again, the fact that they're right in this mix without having played their best, they still feel like they're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, Jennifer, we mentioned that Reyes, the top prospect in the organization, is coming up. But now the number 2 guy is up, and he's going to make his first big league start at Wrigley Field. Luke Weaver, what do you know about him?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Alex Reyes is the top prospect and probably has the higher ceiling, but Luke Weaver has had the better season. And as I mentioned earlier with Alex Reyes, concerns about command and walk rate is what kind of angled the Cardinals to give this opportunity to Luke Weaver. He is a guy who opened the season on the disabled list with a wrist injury to his non-throwing arm. He came back at the beginning of June and was sensational in AA, a 1.40 ERA in 12 starts down there. Got promoted to AAA Memphis just last week, pitched 6 shutout innings on Monday, and now he's going to make his Major League debut in the Cardinals-Cubs rivalry here at Wrigley Field. So, the Cardinals are pretty confident with him that Luke is going to throw strikes. He's not an overpowering pitcher in the way that Alex Reyes is, but he's a crafty guy who's going to command the zone, and the Cardinals hope can at least get them through 6 innings. Well,
Jennifer, thank you very much for the insight on the St. Louis Cardinals. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Jennifer Langosh out at Wrigley Field covers the Cardinals for MLB.com. While we were talking to Jennifer, a single by Jed Jerko. Then he was promptly picked off first base by David Ross behind the plate, and now a strikeout.
MVP candidate David Ross with the bunt in the last inning and the pickoff throw there at a 1.6 second pop time, which is actually pretty good for a catcher of any age, and 75 miles an hour on the arm throw, which is about what we see from pretty much every catcher all the time, because as I like to say now, catcher arm strength really doesn't matter whatsoever, which we're going to prove at some point. David Ross is having himself quite the night.
MLB Plus powered by Amazon Web Services. Yeah, that was one of those things we mentioned in the last show that you want to see, measured, find out stolen bases, whether they're stolen off the pitcher or the catcher, and how that all figures in.
Yeah, like I said last time, every single time I see a catcher doing something great, the arm strength is almost always between 78 and 82, invariably. There's just no spread there. And I think that just goes to show that there's a whole bunch of other reasons why stolen bases are or are not successful that have nothing to do with arm strength for the catcher.
Yeah, baseball people have said for years that, you steal off the pitcher, you steal off his efficiency in getting the ball to home plate and being mindful of the base runner and all of that. One of the things we missed while we were talking to Jim was Carlos Martinez was a little bit, well, let's get back to action.
Yeah, that's a pinch hit home run. Randall Grichuk came up. I believe that's Randall Grichuk. And the hit went out. So we are again tied. Now 3-3. And Travis Wood in relief left one over the middle end of the plate, and Grichuk did not miss that one and took it out just over the basket. An attempt there by Chris Coughlin and left.
And one of the things we asked Jen about the state of the team, and the Cardinals' mantra right now is our best baseball's in front of us. We haven't been us yet. But what Mike Matheny said is, I know you guys are looking for an identity, but our identity is toughness. We've been resilient. We've fought through a lot of stuff, bad stuff that's happened. And I thought when I saw the ball clear the fence there, okay, you just had a bad inning. You coughed up a lead, and now you come back and tie the game back and put yourself back in position to win. Maybe that's the signature of the Cardinals at this point.
And Mike Grichuk's had an up and down ride so far this year. And, he was up, hit some big home runs, but defense cost his team a couple of times and was back in AAA, and now he's back.
Yeah, he didn't even come up on a hot streak. One for his last 17, but with only 1 strikeout. That's always been a big deal for him, is making contact. This is kind of a notable home run, but for the opposite of the reason why you think it was. It only went 89.5 miles an hour off the bat, which is exceptionally low. We're going to look it up, and I'm going to guess it's probably going to be in the bottom 5% or so of home runs, 366 feet. I mean, that ball was not actually hit that hard or that far, just in the absolute perfect spot. As you saw, he just barely got over the fence.
Is that one of those that Travis Wood thinks, I did my job?
Well, I don't know if he's going to say that because now it's a tie game. But, yeah, I mean, he definitely left it in the middle. It was kind of a meatball, but it did not get hit very hard. I mean, 89-mile-an-hour balls should not leave the park, and they extremely rarely do. So we're going to find out how often that happens.
You know, and the Cardinals have all these kids, Colton Wong and Grichuk and Pham and Piscotty, and they said, we're going to ride with these guys as long as we can. They're going to have terrible months. They're going to have some good months. But we're going to look up at some point in the near future, and they're going to be the heart and soul of this team as the Molinas and the Holidays and the Wainwrights move on.
So for one of the rare times this year for the Cubs, Travis Wood unable to get the job done, and he will leave the baseball game. It looked like Joe Smith, the reliever that was acquired at the trade deadline from the Angels, will be the man to come in here and try to stem the tide here with now 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning and now a 3-3 ball game on the strength of the Grichuk home run. We've seen a lot of everything in this game. We've seen pickoffs by the catchers. We've seen bunts. We've seen trying to call timeout and getting a base hit to score 2 runs. I mean, what more can you want?
Yeah, we've seen, as you said, a little bit of everything. And, you know, it's hard to not look at this game and think about David Ross. That bunt, the pickoff of first base, my favorite player.
Yeah, Grandpa Rossi's getting it done at the plate there. I mean, they're calling him Grandpa, and he's only 39, for goodness sakes.
I think this is one of those games that when it's over, when you lose it, it eats at you. Yeah, I always ask managers that, are you able to sleep after games? I was talking to Jeff Bannister last week, and he said, if we screwed up the game, I have trouble sleeping. If we just got beat, I can accept that. And this is going to be one of those games that there's like, well, what if? Yeah. What if? And we needed this game, but particularly the Cardinals.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the Grichuk home run. We'll use StatCast here, again, powered by Amazon Web Services. Mike told you, not hit all that hard off the bat. Let's take a look at the exact numbers here.
Yeah, 80, like I said, you know, 366 feet. There are home runs and there are home runs, and there are ones that just ever so slightly get off or go over the left field wall there. That was not one of the longest hit home runs.
But it's going to look like an upper deck home run in the box score.
Yeah, that's
right?
all that matters for
500
Grichuk.
feet.
He doesn't care. Yeah,
that's right.
You know, with wind out there, obviously, you know, it's hard to kind of equate for that and try to tabulate how much effect the wind actually had on that baseball. But you have to think a lot with the fact that it only came off the bat at 89 miles an hour.
I would say that, yeah, with the heat and humidity and the wind, all those things matter. Environmental effects matter. Just think about Coors Field, obviously, that everything matters. And I think, Andy, you're probably right that there's some effect there because he didn't hit it that hard and it went just further enough to get over the wall.
Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong here, because, you know, obviously I'm learning about StatCast as I'm learning from the master over here. Thank you. You know, with the degree of the launch angle, the higher that ball gets, especially when the wind is blowing out, you get it over the top of the stadium, it tends to carry a little further.
To a certain extent. Obviously, too much of anything is too much. Right. You get your launch angle, straight up, and then all of a sudden it's a pop-up, and it's not going to go anywhere. And it also depends a little bit on how each ballpark is built and, like how high the concourse is and where the wind comes through. But there could certainly be something to that if you get it up into that wind stream.
Okay. Because that was a higher launch angle than...
Yeah, 33. It's usually the sweet spot's been 25 and 30. And, see, this one's not going to quite go out, but I bet you that one was hit a lot harder than the one that did.
Carpenter digs for third. He's going to get the green light. Here comes the relay throw to the plate, and he's out. Not even close.
Tagged in the face, too.
David Ross is fired up, by the way.
He's probably, this is fun. Why am I retiring?
Yeah, I tell you what, and I've watched a lot of Cub games, so I can tell you that their relay plays are absolutely amazing. They've got guys that play the middle infield, and like you can speak to this a little bit better. Yeah, they got guys that play the middle infield like Addison Russell and Javier Baez, who seem to live for these relay throws. That was Addison Russell throwing him out at the plate.
That was a strike, from short left field.
Yeah.
An absolute strike. And, I get why the Cardinals want to be aggressive there, but we've seen how many outs have they made on the bases this year. This is kind of their hallmark this year. Unfortunately, they've been a very poor base running team. And to be fair, it took a pretty nice throw to get Carpenter out, but as you saw, he was out by 10 feet.
Yeah, and tagged in the face.
Tagged in the face.
Obviously, that adds a little insult to the injury of that effect. So, anyway, it's a 3-3 ball game. Now we'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning, but first we'll bring in our social media maven, Ashley Chavez, our own hashtag over there with some more tweets for us. What do you got?
Well, we have a couple good ones, including another nickname suggestion. But first, I want to get to Noah Jones, who previously had said that he has a new life goal. It's to be on the MLB Plus broadcast. So, guys, here is his first tryout. He tweets, and that's NoJo15, so get at him after this. 105 pitches, 99.9 miles per hour for Tsunami 27. Hashtag MLB Plus, hashtag STL Plus.
I sure hope that's Carlos Martinez, who he's tagging there.
It is Carlos Martinez, yes. Don't you know all these Twitter handles?
Some of them don't make any sense.
I know, that's true. Next, we have my #1 favorite nickname. This one is from The First Noel, which is a great Twitter handle. The one and only Hensley Bam Bam Mullins.
That's a good one.
That's definitely a good one.
I do like Bam Bam.
That's definitely
It's
a good
great.
one.
It's great. And lastly, from Flowbomb, we have, if the Cardinals make the playoffs, is Matt Carpenter an MVP candidate?
Hello, Flowbomb. I know who Flowbomb is. I refute the premise because I hate the idea that you have to be in the playoffs to be an MVP candidate. And I know that's the way it works, but I can't stand it. As to the question, I would say yes if he didn't get hurt and miss so much time, because he was definitely in the top 3, I think, and then he got injured. And there's so many other good candidates. I think that probably knocks him out of the conversation for me.
Yeah, I was thinking about that with Mike Trout. He's going to be penalized by voters because he's not in the pennant race. But those of us who've been around Mike Trout, does he play any differently? I mean, the game is the same to the guy every day. So why penalize him because the players around him aren't as good? That's one of the parts of the voting that probably gets under a lot of people's skin.
Yeah, and it's gotten a little better over the years, I think, but not good enough because he's got no chance of winning, unfortunately. And you can see here Mike Trout and Matt Carpenter, 2 of the top 3 best hitters in baseball, and I think 2 guys who unfortunately have 0 chance of winning the MVP.
All right, Ashley, thanks very much. And again, keep those tweets coming on in. Hashtag MLB Plus is the way you reach us. Kevin Segrist will come in here as a relief pitcher. And Dexter Fowler will turn around and hit from the right side for the first time today. And a 3-3 game. You know, we mentioned defense and how much it helps. And I'll tell you, this relay, picture perfect.
You know, when you heard people say for 2 years, Addison Russell's going to be a star, and you look at the offense and you say, well, it's not there yet. But that's why they love him, because there's a whole package of skills apart from that batting average.
And it was amazing to me when the Cubs traded for Aroldis Chapman, and they gave up Gleyber Torres, the young shortstop prospect who was 19 years old, and everybody was complaining, you're giving up too much for a guy you're only going to have 2 months. I said, where's this 19-year-old going to play with a 22-year-old in front of him?
You know, there's no such thing as too many shortstops.
Well, true.
By the time he's
ready. But they still have 2 shortstops.
Well, by the time he's ready, one of them won't be a shortstop anymore, or one of them won't be healthy anymore. File that under really good problems to have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if there's a World Series at Wrigley Field, and Aroldis Chapman gets the final out of the World Series.
Who's going to care, right?
Yeah, we'll say we'll give you 2 more of our shortstops.
Absolutely right. So Segrist on here, and Dexter Fowler owes a lot in his career to a guy by the name of Don Baylor, Donnie Baseball. When Fowler first came up, he hit with a split grip. His hands were apart on the bat, and Don Baylor got him into Colorado and said, son, what the heck are you doing? Put those hands together.
I have to ask a question, because nicknames are the theme of our night here.
Yeah.
Can Don Baylor be Donnie Baseball?
In my book, he was. I got to know him a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. But Manning,
I feel like
with all apologies to Don Mattingly. Yeah, but okay, Donnie hit by pitch. But yeah, Baylor basically saved this guy's career.
I have information on the home run. The very lowly hit home run.
Okay.
So that ball was hit, what did we say, 89.5 miles an hour. There's been something like 3,500 home runs, I think, this year, give or take. Only 5 have been hit more lately.
Really?
Yeah. The lowest one is 87.1 miles an hour. And?
Who was it?
Yeah, who hit that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know
I
that?
just know that that's what it was.
That's interesting. Yeah, you think about the metrics in the whole thing. You'd think you'd have to hit it harder to make it go a little further, but sometimes you get a little help.
And I'm guessing one of those was right down the line on a windy day.
Mm-hmm.
All these kinds of things can happen, but it's very, very rare you see a ball hit like that goes out.
So the first out of the inning to Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, you might be right with the wind and the temperature. I mean, that carried a lot more than you would have thought.
Yeah.
And that's probably why Cosman thought he had a real shot at it.
StatCast there, powered again by Amazon Web Services. And Ryan takes that one inside.
Troy Tulowitzki. That's who the 87.1 mile an hour is.
Interesting. Yeah, you wouldn't think. I mean, he's got a little pop in that bat too. And you wonder sometimes too where it's hit on the bat. Maybe if
for sure
off the end or toward the handle.
And where it was hit, home, road.
Good point. Inside, outside.
Cold, hot.
Yeah. And Bryant smokes that one into center field, but it's going to hang up. And a play made. In center by Piscotty. Hear the fans all the way from Chicago here, wondering why that one didn't go out.
What's that? He looked like he got all of that one, but obviously didn't quite make it.
Yeah. I just love that term, squared up, when you're using a round bat. But he squared that one up, just didn't go. So here is Anthony Rizzo. He's got a triple and a single and a run scored in the game. He is 2 for 3. And that's one thing with Anthony Rizzo too. You can trust this guy against left-handed pitching. He usually gets a pretty good swing and it takes a pretty good at bat against lefties.
Yeah, I think the Cubs would look at Rizzo and Bryan and say, that's the shoulders we ride on.
So the game tied after Grichuk's pinch hit home run in the 7th. First two retired by Segrist here in the bottom of the 7th. And that one missing outside. We mentioned these guys as MVP candidates. This is what it looks like here for the 4 perceived top candidates.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Seager is playing plus defense at shortstop. And while his offensive numbers aren't quite up with the other guys, that's a big point in his favor. I'd also throw Nolan Arenado in here. He's got no shot because the Rockies aren't going to go anywhere. They play at Coors Field. He's had a fantastic year. But if I had to pick between those guys, I think I might go for Bryant right now, but it's a really hard choice between all 4 of them.
That one jammed and a little flare into right. Caught by Moss, and that'll do it for the Cubs in the 7th. We end 7 innings, still tied 3-3. Time for us now to take a look at the best of the week in StatCast.
3-2. In the air. He got a lot of that one. Way up and way back, and goodbye home run. Another wallop by Manny Machado, and the Orioles make it a 3-2 ball game.
Yeah, so now 4 home runs in the last 2 games.
26 home runs on the season for Manny Machado. Clobbered that thing.
And a ground ball into center field, a base hit. Bregman around third, being waved around. Here's Rosario's throw, a strong one, and he got him. We saw Rosario last year pick up so many assists, and that might be his best throw of this season.
Yeah, last year was mainly from left field, but here playing center field with Byron Buxton down in AAA. Rosario getting the opportunity. And what made this such a great play, yes, it's a ground ball single up the middle, but it's the way that Rosario charged the ball to make a good throw.
Stanton busts his bat, drives it to left. It's deep, but gone. Can't get it, it's off the wall. Here comes Gordon. Prado right behind him, and the Marlins get a run. You have to be a strong man.
He has no idea where the ball went when he hit it. Watch his reaction. You have no idea. You have no feeling off the bat head as the bat head ends up past third base.
When the lights come on, everybody screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody singing every word to every song of the girl they're taking home tonight. When the lights come on, everybody screaming, lighters in the sky, yeah, everybody singing every word to every song of the girl they're taking home tonight. When the lights come on.
And a big thanks to Jason Aldean, Broken Bow Records. A little recap of where we are right now at Wrigley Field. 3-3 is our score down the top half of inning number 8. Joe Smith, who came on to finish the 7th, working here to Matt Holliday. And if you're just joining us, Cardinals took a 1-0 lead in the 1st. Made it 2-0 in the 6th inning on a Moss home run, and the Cubs scored 3 unlikely runs in their half of the 6th inning. And then the Cardinals have tied it again on the home run by Grichuk. It'll be a plus presented by T-Mobile. We get some great views of Wrigley Field thanks to our T-Mobile Greater Coverage Cam. Look at Matt Holliday right there, the veteran. Takes the strike.
Matt Holliday hitting the ball pretty much as hard as anybody else. But he's also having one of the, I don't want to say worst years of his career because it's still a pretty good year, but just it's not up to his usual standard. And he's just had no luck when he's crushing the ball. And if you think about this, when the major league average on a ball hit 100 miles an hour or more is 627. That's a batting average. That's outstanding. His is 450. And that means it could be bad luck. It means he's probably hitting it into the ground.
And look at the guys around him, 641, 642.
That's exactly right. And you can see those guys are all succeeding about what you would expect. The average is 627, and not him. That stands out like a sore thumb right there.
So we're saying Matt's going to catch up in September.
You know, he might. I mean, he's crushing the ball. You're just not getting the performance out of it. A little bit better luck, you know, a little bit of the elevation, but he is still there, and the bat speed is still there.
That one sharply, and that's the reason they have somebody guarding the bullpens at Wrigley Field. With all the renovations that are going on around that ballpark, that's the next thing to be renovated. The bullpens are going to come off the field of play next year. They're going to be underneath the bleachers at both left and right.
That's going to take some getting used to.
Absolutely.
Yes. And especially the pitchers, they're going to have a different view of the game.
And again, they've talked about this for a long time at Wrigley Field. You can see the bullpens are in the field of play, and you've got that gigantic mound down both sides. Make it very treacherous for a third baseman, a first baseman, a right fielder, and a left fielder coming in to try to catch foul balls.
Will the new bullpens be in an area that the pitchers can see the game?
I think it's going to be kind of like it was, or like it is in Houston with the visiting bullpen underneath the bleachers and like a screen so you can see out onto the field of play. But it's been interesting to kind of watch the development of the old ballpark at Wrigley Field, the second oldest park in the big leagues. Obviously, the lights go on about 28 years ago. And now the video boards are there, and things are really happening over
there. The Ricketts family is basically building a city around the ballpark with the restaurants and hotels and everything. They have quite a vision.
It's a nice little area to be around. Game day or non-game day, I can tell you from
experience. I think that's the point.
Yeah.
They're going to make it a year-round destination.
Yeah, they're going to try to put a little ice skating rink there in the off-season outside the ballpark as well. But enough about that. Let's talk about this game here, which has been kind of interesting. You know, we expected to see a really big and high-scoring game with the wind blowing out as quickly as it was to dead center field and the temperatures at Wrigley Field. But you got to give a lot of credit to the starting pitchers here in this game, John Lester and Carlos Martinez, for really stemming the tide as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, both were pretty impressive, and I don't know how the game's going to end, obviously. So we might get to the point where it feels like it's been years since we saw them pitch, but both really outstanding until it kind of fell apart a little bit, and none of them really got hit very hard. You know, we saw the bunt by David Ross, and some runs came across, but a good start by both pitchers and a really tough night out there.
Yeah, very tough night, very difficult, and they showed some tenacity. And especially Carlos Martinez for the way Mike left him out there to throw a few extra pitches. Kid did a good job.
Speaking of the kids, we talked about the Cardinals and their top prospects. Actually, their number 1 and the number 2 prospects are going to be in the big leagues or are in the big leagues. The top 5 as far as the Cubs are concerned, Ian Happ, kind of a guy without a position. He's a second baseman right now, kind of a defensive liability kind of guy. You don't know if he's going to be an outfielder or an infielder. But Eloy Jimenez, Mike, is one guy I want to ask you about because you got to see him up close and personal in the Futures game in San Diego, and he made a couple of great plays.
He made this catch down the right field line and kind of jumping over the little short wall there. That was outstanding. It was, without question, the highlight of the game. You probably saw it on highlights for weeks after that. Now, part of it was the hang time on that ball was about 8 seconds. And that's insane. It obviously gives you plenty of time to get over there, but you can measure the distance, and it would have been one of the top 5 or 10 longest distance traveled by any right fielder in the majors this year had it happened, and then he also crushed a baseball later in the game. He was very impressive that day.
Jeimer Candelario is a guy that's had some time in the big leagues earlier this year. As the Cubs are going to go to the pen, and they're going to bring in Justin Grimm, who's kind of ridden the express between Chicago and Des Moines, Iowa, where their top affiliate is, and he is back at the Major League Club with Pedro Strop going on the DL.
And not a whole lot of surprises here. Fastball, which he throws pretty hard, about 95 mile an hour, and then he'll drop in the curveball. He's had success for the Cubs. It's been a little bit of a rough time this year because he's been walking way too many. He's been wild, and with the deep bullpen they managed to put together, that's why he kind of goes back and forth.
Speaking of the bullpen with the Cubs, obviously it was retooled a little bit, Richard, with the fact that they got Aroldis Chapman from the Yankees. And, you figure at that point you can have Strop in the 7th, Rondon in the 8th, and Chapman in the 9th. Now Rondon's a little banged up. Strop's out 4 to 6 weeks. How do you think they go about filling in these gaps?
Yeah, you know, I thought when you get Chapman, that stabilizes everything. It backs up, and now you have a bullpen that probably compares with any. And so now you're scrambling. So Travis Wood becomes a bigger player in this. Justin Grimm, we're seeing him in a situation, in a game situation tonight. But it's different, and it's a reminder of how fragile things can be.
And it's a good point. Don't really ever look at full season bullpen stats, I think, when you look at, oh, this team's got the best this or that, because half of those guys are going now, right? If the Cubs have a lousy overall record, nobody cares what Spencer Patton did or Adam Warren, right? Because it just doesn't matter anymore. You look at what now they have is Chapman, who's obviously elite. Hector Rondon has been fantastic. Carl Edwards, who has really come out of nowhere.
That's the guy.
Carl Edwards has been unbelievable. I really hope we get to see him. And then if you have Joe Smith and Justin Grimm or Cahill or Wood as your fifth, sixth, seventh, whatever, it's a really effective bullpen. And Strop, if Strop comes back. I forgot about Strop because Strop was fantastic himself.
Yeah, and Carl Edwards is the guy, big swing and miss stuff. He's got a chance. The people around the Cubs say he's got a chance to be a star.
It's amazing to think.
Was he a 48th round draft pick?
That's right, yeah.
And with the Rangers, and you know, the Cubs just pick him up for a song and a dance. It was in the Garza trade.
But between those two trades, they sent Garza to Texas. They sent Ryan Dempster to Texas.
Right.
They got Carl Edwards, who looks phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
They got Justin Grimm, who's pitching now, who's been pretty useful over the years. They got Neil Ramirez, who had his moments. And, they got Kyle Hendricks, who might win the NL Cy Young this year. Talk about a heist. I mean, those are two trades back-to-back years. That is how you sell if you're going to sell, because that's a big part of this team now.
There were 1,463 players taken before Carl Edwards in the 2011 draft.
In those kind of trades, those deals are the ones where one team says, okay, we're going for it. This guy's going to push us over the top. And you look up 2 years later and you go, what were we thinking?
What were we thinking? Could you imagine?
But on the other hand, the Rangers have a 25-game lead in their division, so the franchise didn't fall apart.
Oh, no, certainly not.
Yeah, and folks, if you haven't seen Carl Edwards on the mound, you wonder how a guy who they list, again, these are list program heights and weights, 6'3", 170. He's 170 in a wetsuit that's been underwater for a month. He's so slight, but yet he gets it up there at 96, 97.
Swing and miss stuff.
And with extreme high spin. So I really hope we get to see him because he's really electric.
So Grimm working on keeping it tied here with a runner at first and 2 outs. Grimm gets a strikeout of Moss and a flyout from Yadier Molina. And here is Peralta. He was 0 for 3 in the game. Let's take a look back at the strikeout here on StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services.
There you go. You see that heat, 96.4 with good extension. So it looked to the hitter like it was almost 98 miles an hour. And basically that means that he's throwing it really hard from closer to the plate than the average pitcher.
So there's Holiday after the walk. Get the definition of the extension. Pops a nice breaking ball in there after a couple of good fastballs.
Yeah, that'll work after you're hitting 97, won't it?
Yeah, and he's got a good pedigree. I mean, he was a top prospect in Texas. They had very high hopes for him. And he pitched on some contenders in key situations.
And that goes to Russell. He'll go the short way for the force. And that'll do it for the Cardinals in their half of the 8th inning. So some nice pitching there by Justin Grimm. And retiring all 3 of the hitters that he faced here in the inning and not allowing a base hit. So we're going to go now into the bottom half of the 8th inning in a 3-3 game. Let's take a look now at the highlights of this game in StatCast. We'll get you updated on how we got to where we are now at 3-3 is the score here. As we start off this one with a couple of strikeouts. Martinez striking out Chris Bryant, the number 2 batter in the game, and then Jason Hayward hitting into the double play, but on the hardest ball he's hit this year.
Yeah, it goes to show you the launch angle really, really matters a lot.
So a strikeout there of Brandon Moss. And now Yadier Molina doubled right down the line here. And then the most exciting play in baseball, Anthony Rizzo with a triple down the line.
Yeah, look at it motoring right out of the box. No doubt about it. It's a career-high 4th triple for him, and home to third in 12 seconds for a first baseman. That's
very
pretty
good.
Impressive.
And then John Lester giving up this home run to Brandon Moss. That made it a 2-0 game at that point in favor of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, 39 degrees for a launch angle is actually it's pretty high. It's one of the higher home runs that we've seen this year, and it's interesting. We've seen 2 somewhat extreme home runs because the other one we're going to see was hit very softly.
And here's a Chris Coughlin tried to call a timeout, and yet I'm going to drive in a couple with a single to right field.
That's a play that we're going to see in the offseason and the season after. That's pretty weird one there.
And then leave it to the old-timer. They call him old-timer, but again, he's only 39 years of age, and David Ross in his final season lays down a bunt.
The old Jake Taylor play. I love it.
He just didn't point to the stands to call
That's
a shot
okay.
first. And then the Grichuk homer tied it up. And again, we talked about the exit velocity there being very, very low. And now we look at this great replay. Chris Coughlin tracking it down on the warning track, and a seed by Addison Russell.
Yeah, and you can see, both the arm strengths there, and it's nice to be able to show, don't throw it all the way from there. Hit the cutoff man, because the time spent with the exchange is going to be more than made up for by the extra arm strength.
They should send the video of that to Yasiel Puig and say, see, this is one way to do it. Your way may be good. This is another way to do it. And I'll bet you if the Cubs win this game, that's the first play Joe Madden mentions in the postgame.
Yeah, it's a run-saving play. I mean, it's definitely...
And it's a perfect baseball play.
If it wasn't made, it's a different story here. It's a 3-3 game right now, as Ben Zobrist will lead off. And a new pitcher in for St. Louis, Matt Bowman. So Bowman, the right-hander, working for the 41st time.
What a find. Matt Bowman, left unprotected. And, the Cardinals are held in such high esteem in the game that when they took him, they went, uh-oh, somebody dropped the paper. Somebody messed up some paperwork somewhere, because they can't carry a guy on their roster for the whole year, as you have to do with a Rule 5 guy. They got him because they thought he could help them win. And he's advanced and advanced and advanced up the pecking order in the bullpen.
And you see what he did right there, induce a poorly hit ground ball. And that is the entirety of his game. If you look at all the pitchers this year who've had 30 innings pitched, and there's like 360 of them, he's got the 9th highest ground ball percentage. So that's what he does. He comes in, he gets ground balls. He's not going to blow you away. He's not going to pile up the strikeouts. But if you can get those ground balls, you're going to be pretty successful in this league.
It's not going to help Ben Zobrist's launch angle either.
No, it's not. It's actually going to contribute exactly what we talked about earlier. That's a good point.
No, and I imagine he ruins a lot of launch angles because all those pitches are down.
So here's Addison Russell. MLB Plus presented to you by T-Mobile. Russell looking for his first hit. Ground out, pop out, and a walk. And a foul tip. And this is a kid, again, a lot of people had wondered about what he'd bring to the table offensively. And it really seems, when Joe Madden put him in the 5 spot, as we get a look at him from our T-Mobile Radar coverage camera, finding great looks inside Wrigley Field tonight, that it instilled some kind of a confidence in him in a big RBI spot in the batting order.
Yeah, and Joe has even talked recently about you can hear the sound of his bat during batting practice. He's a different guy now.
Well, that was the opposite of a ground ball.
And that is a double into the gap for Addison Russell, so the go-ahead run in scoring position here with only 1 out in the 8th.
The Cubs are very convinced that what you're seeing here is the emergence of a guy who's going to be a dominant player. That at some point in the next year or two, we're going to be talking about Bryant and Rizzo and Russell.
That's a good point, actually, because I look at Rizzo and I still think he's a very good player. He's a good shortstop, no doubt, and an improving hitter. But I wonder if the ceiling is the ceiling of the other elite shortstops that we're talking about. Is he going to be a superstar, or is he going to be a solid player? And I think that's the question he still has to answer.
Yeah, but I think that would be true of Lindor, of Correa. We love all those guys as they come up. Seager may end up being a top 5 player, but we don't know what they're going to be just yet. But they're special. We know that.
So a big spot here for the former Cardinal of 1 year, Jason Hayward. The subject of much angst from Cardinal fans when he signed the big deal with the Cubs. There was a lot of nonsense being spewed on Twitter about that whole move.
What, criticizing Jason for picking a team other than the home team?
Yeah, well, a lot of it was, he's not loyal. It's like, well,
he got there a year,
and he was sent there.
Yeah,
he chooses to get
traded there.
It is a business, as much as people don't want to believe it. I feel like we've seen this once or twice or 3 times. So this is Russell moving over to third base there. It's a productive out. I hate that term, but if that's the outcome of you trying to get a base hit, great, better than a strikeout. But I just don't like the idea of guys going up there saying, I'm going to move him over to third base. You're better off getting a hit.
Do you think he was trying to do that? He was trying to hit it to the right side.
He was trying. I mean, he's basically done the same thing every time up, which is ground weakly to the right side. So it's hard to divine intent from that.
And fans on social media can be brutal. They want Hayward to change his number from 22 to 43 because that's usually the scorecard version of what happens to him. 4-3 on the ground outs.
I saw a young player the other day reading Twitter, and I said, I'm not telling you how to live your life, but you'd be better served by putting that away.
Yeah, just don't read it. Don't read it. Yeah, there's a lot of keyboard toughness going on out there, too, with the people hiding behind the old keyboard. But
it's good. You can communicate with the guys.
Absolutely.
And the guys can tell you where they're going to be and all the work they're doing. But there's a dark side of it that's pretty dark. President Obama was reading mean tweets on Jimmy Kimmel one night, and he stops midway through and says to Jimmy Kimmel, these actually aren't mean tweets. And Jimmy Kimmel said, well, these are the ones the FBI would release.
So Coghlan looks at that one outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike now on Chris Coghlan, who's got a rather large hit in this game. They try to call a timeout, swing the bat. What the heck? 2-run single.
We talked about him needing to play his way onto the postseason roster. I said that last time up, and what happened? Here's another good shot.
Now it's even at 2-2 with Russell at third base. And if the Cubs go on to drop this game, you could look at inactivity at third base, being able to get a runner home when the opportunity arose. So now 2-2.
I say this time it gets time.
Yep, this time.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not, based on what we saw last time out.
You think he was actually trying to do the same thing?
I don't know. I don't want to put too much importance on one pitch, but they go up ahead here, and then you have Chapman coming down the net. I mean, that is about the worst case scenario for the Cardinals.
Full count. David Ross on deck. They give Coghlan, as you see, a lot of the left field side, third base side.
That would be fascinating. I am getting ahead of myself here. If they end up letting Ross hit in a big spot. There's his ground balls.
Another comebacker and another opportunity squandered by the Cubs as they strand a man at third base. 8 in the books, and it's still a 3-3 game. And another comebacker. It's a Bowman on the mound. And the underhand flip, and that's it for the Cubs. And again, 8 in the books. Will go to the 9th inning in a 3-3 ball game. We've thrown a lot of terminology at you again, so let's get another refresher course for you on exactly what StatCast is.
Several years of research and development were realized in 2014 with the debut of MLB.com's StatCast, the first ever reliable measurement of every play on a baseball field. Pioneered by MLB Advanced Media and debuted with prototypes at the 2014 All-Star Game, League Championship Series, and World Series, StatCast's roots can be traced back roughly a decade earlier to MLBAM's introduction of pitch tracking. Pitch tracking delivered a never-before-seen wealth of detailed information regarding every pitch thrown in the major leagues. Though a bold move at the time, today, pitch tracking technology is ubiquitous throughout broadcast television and baseball's digital products. But despite the data compiled on pitching, never before have there been reliable defensive statistics. The goal with StatCast was to leverage the technology to ensure that defense could be quantified and that a more complete picture of our game be made available to fans. To that end, all 30 ballparks have been outfitted with 2 distinctly different but collaborative technologies to allow for the data capture, optical tracking, and radar tracking. High-definition video camera arrays spaced 15 meters apart to capture stereoscopic video, and a 3D Doppler radar system which captures 2,000 samples per second of the entire baseball field. By marrying the data from each of these systems, it is now possible to scientifically quantify the skills and talents of players on the field using new player performance metrics.
Well, the fans always buzzing when a gentleman that wears number 54 in the white pinstripes jersey of the Cubs, Aroldis Chapman, comes in. A couple of other defensive changes for the Cubs. As Chapman comes out to pitch, Chris Bryant moving out to left, and Javier Baez is coming to play third base. So Joe Madden tightening up the defense a little bit. Here in the ninth, and Aroldis Chapman, who is throwing serious heat. How serious? That serious.
It's absurd, isn't it? So that's the beginning of last year. Pitches of 102 miles an hour or more. It's two guys, and then there are two other single pitches from the entire rest of baseball. What he has done has been so absurd. He's faced 22 hitters as the Cubs, struck out 11 of them. His fielding independent pitching is negative. He broke it. Negative .18. You can't do that, and that's exactly what he did.
A line drive out to Javier Baez, tested immediately as he comes into the game.
The Cubs were already playing at such a high level when they got him that it had to be part of the reason is, okay, yes, he locks down the ninth inning, he gives us another arm, but just the interest factor. The players are curious, the fans buzz when he takes off the warm-up jacket. I mean, there's an ingredient like, okay, it's a long season. He adds to the interest of the team now. Everybody notices when he gets up and starts to toss.
He adds interest to the StatCast page at MLB.com as well, because you have a Chapman filter.
We have a Chapman filter. We have another line out to third base right there. I mean, he's not striking these guys out, but that'll more than do. We do have a Chapman filter because if you look at the hardest thrown pitches of the year, you just see Chapman endlessly. So we had to put in a filter where you could see at least the other guys, just to see something else.
And again, good solid contact. Baez playing in on the grass, thinking about a bunt. And he's got his teeth rattled a little bit there. Baez, one of those likable young players the Cubs have in their system. The last of the old regime's draft choices.
Well, that was easy.
3 pitches.
Ties a major league record held by many. And 1, 2, 3 go the Cardinals. There's a good laugh by Chapman and Javier Baez as they go to the dugout. As we head now to the bottom of the ninth inning. And as the late Chicago Cubs broadcaster Jack Brickhouse used to say, any old run will win this game now.
So here's the question we're going to get, and it's one of my favorite topics because it always annoys me. The Cardinals are in a tie game on the road in the ninth inning. Are we going to see their closer? I predict we won't. I always think you should, but we're probably not going to see the closer, right?
I'm cheating because I can see out of the corner of my eye. That
are you looking over my shoulder?
We're going to see
what's going on, like right over here. Okay.
I couldn't keep a straight face.
That's fine. I can tell you, I can't see over my own shoulder.
Yeah,
so
no,
are you telling me we are seeing?
Oh, it's coming in.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
So this is great. I think we need to credit Mike Matheny for this because it's the right play. It's the kind of call that managers don't make, and I can guarantee you it'll blow up in his face.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely, it's the right thing to do.
No, wait, it will blow up in his face this inning or the next inning?
This inning.
Or 2 innings from now?
We'll blow
or
the game
7 innings.
We'll blow the game right here because Matheny made the right call. It's going to blow up, and he's never, ever going to do it again.
Okay, but what does it say about Matheny's thinking about his bullpen in general when you do this? Because, you're obviously hoping that you're going to stop them here and score, but then again, you do have that bottom of whatever inning to deal with as well.
I might say a little bit, and I believe was the only one who pitched last night.
Okay.
So he's bringing him in for 2 games in a row, which again you should because your only goal at this point is to extend the game, to not have the game end in the bottom of the inning. It doesn't matter if you save your closer for the save, and he's doing that, and I appreciate that.
Oh, and you're saying for 2 innings.
I'm just saying using now because a lot of managers would say, well, I can't bring him in because it's not a save situation.
Right.
So I'm going to lose the game with my 5th best reliever while my best reliever sits. We've had a couple of games like that this year. We saw the Dodgers lose a game where Kenley Jansen was sitting and watching, and it just drives me nuts. So
But he might lose a game the next inning with his 5th best reliever.
He might. But you
have to get there.
But you have to get there.
Right.
You'll give yourself a chance to hit and put some runs up first.
Good point.
And so I think maybe for 2 innings in another situation, but probably not tonight because he did pitch yesterday. So it's not going to guarantee and well because they still have to score a run, and that's not easy against the Cubs bullpen. But I approve of Mike Matheny here.
So the final boss the Stone Buddha, whatever you want to call him, nickname not included. O is coming into the ball game here, and he will work to the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the Cubs lineup. And I do believe on the double switch when Chapman came in that Baez is in the 9 spot, I would assume, in the batting order. So it looks like it'll be Ross, then Baez, and then the top of the order.
You let Ross sit here? You have 3 catchers on this team. Lester's out of the game. Now, obviously they are, because we're watching it happen, but I think there's a case to be made that, I get not wanting to use your backup catcher when the game could go extra innings, but they have Montero on the bench and they have Contreras in the game.
I think this says a little bit of something about how Montero's hitting right now.
Well, there's that. But even still, you have the platoon advantage.
Correct.
Yeah, O has been, you don't really hear his name in the Rookie of the Year conversation that much, and I think it's partially because he's an older guy, played professionally in Asia. But you probably should, especially now that Diaz and Story have been hurt and aren't only going to play 2/3 of the season or whatever. O has been absolutely outstanding. He's been one of the most difficult guys to hit. He's really mostly fastball slider. The slider, it's a legit pitch. And you look at this. This is my favorite board of the entire season. This is zone contact percentage, and it's not complicated. All it is when you throw a pitch in the strike zone, is it going to be made contact with? Look at that, exactly right there. O is 3rd best on that board. And look at this, obviously Aroldis Chapman. And our boy Carl Edwards is number 1, and Edwin Diaz, who's an entirely different story of his own. He's just been destroying everybody. But I love that O is up there because he throws not necessarily that hard. He's got good movement, and he's very deceptive. So he's been an absolute find for St. Louis.
Yeah, no chance for Ross there. Any way you look at it. And 1 out. And here is Baez in the 9 spot.
So I am told if Twitter is accurate, so I can't say I fact checked this, but the last 13 times the Cardinals have had a tie game on the road in this situation, they haven't used their closer in any of those situations. So the first 12, they ended up losing 10 of them.
Okay.
So perhaps that past history is sort of informing Mancini here.
1-1 here on the free swing and Javier Baez.
But I would also say if they score in the top of the inning, you probably, well, we'll see what the pitch count is at the end of this inning.
Baez checks there to the strains of Javi in the background. Baez kind of trying to shake that reputation of the free swinging Javier Baez.
Yeah, he's always going to be a guy with a huge swing. And that was one of the huger we've seen of the night. But he has cut the strikeout rate down considerably. I mean, he's always going to be a high strikeout kind of guy. And he's really shown his versatility. They thought he was going to be the shortstop of the future. And, it's possibly still could be somewhere, but playing second, playing third, playing short, and he's been outstanding. Woof.
Chasing one there.
I love when Javi Baez first came up, he might have been the most must-watch guy in baseball. You knew you were going to see something. He was either going to screw himself in the ground like a corkscrew, or he's going to hit the ball 900 feet. He's still a little bit like that.
Is that the high end of his velocity, 95?
Oh yeah, I don't think he gets it up too much higher than that. His average this year on the 4-seam was 93, so that's him really rearing back. And I love the high fastball there.
So here's Dexter Fowler, 0 for 4 in the ball game. Takes that one high from O.
When you said I love the high fastball, is this a, I have pitchers tell me they've discovered the high fastball in the last couple of years.
Yes.
Do you think that's analytics breaking down the scouting reports, the weaknesses better than in the past? They now know something is there?
I think it's a couple of things. I think for years and years and years, pitchers were endlessly taught throw the ball low, keep it down, don't throw it high. And so hitters, as they came up, sort of grew to be low ball hitters because they would react to that, and that gave a lot of hitters a big hole upstairs. And so I think pitchers got smart about trying to attack that, and I think over the last year or two we've also seen maybe the umpires calling the high strike a little more. It's just tough because a lot of pitchers don't have the confidence to work up there, because if you miss, it's going to get crushed. Right. If you can do it right, it's really, really effective.
Jay Happ told me it's pretty much remade his career for discovering that hole up
absolutely.
there. But a pitching coach told me, he said, well, Billy Beane goes out and gets all these guys with low swing planes, so how do you combat that? We'll just throw it here and see how they do.
It's a constant cat and mouse game, isn't it?
Yeah.
You adjust, they adjust, you adjust back. There it is.
What a lot of people don't understand, there's an arms race in analytics, too,
absolutely.
to stay in front.
And I will say quickly that the replacement level of front offices has gone up a lot. 15 years ago, the smart teams could really take advantage of the other teams. That really doesn't happen so much anymore.
So does his job, strikes out the side at Wrigley Field. We're going to play a little extra inning baseball today. 10th inning is coming up. Right now, we want to explain to you exactly what exit velocity is all about.
Exit velocity is exactly what it sounds like. It measures the speed in miles per hour of the ball off the bat. Unsurprisingly, hitting the ball hard correlates well with overall production. About 3/4 of all home runs in 2015 were hit at 100 miles per hour or more. Exit velocity is a great way to look at the performance of a hitter while excluding the luck that comes with that performance and the positioning of the fielder. Though, of course, the hitter must first make contact to even get to exit velocity. Being able to track exit velocity allowed us to disprove a long-held myth that, quote, power in leads to power out, end quote. Research has shown that a hitter is responsible for about 85% of a batted ball's exit velocity, with only 15% coming from the pitcher. Take Giancarlo Stanton of the Marlins, the owner of 8 of the top 10 hardest hit balls of 2015. Each of those balls were hit at 117 miles per hour or more, but only one of the pitches came in at 90 miles per hour or more. Exit velocity can be useful for pitchers as well. For years, there have been questions over the amount of control a pitcher did or did not have over batted ball quality, but there was never a way to measure it. Now that StatCast can put data to batted ball speed, we can see that the 3 starting pitchers with the 3 lowest exit velocity averages in 2015 were Jake Arrieta, Clayton Kershaw, and Dallas Keuchel, both Cy Young winners and the best pitcher of a generation. That alone does not completely answer the question, but it sure is a good start towards proving that good pitchers do possess the skill to induce poorly hit balls.
Light still shining brightly at the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. We go to extra innings, 10th inning coming up here. And the top of the Cardinals order. You see that iconic scoreboard out in center field. And it'll be Mike Montgomery coming in. I forgot Mike Montgomery was on the Cubs.
May I register a complaint?
Yes.
Aroldis Chapman got through that last inning on 3 pitches. 3. 1, 2, 3, 3 outs. He's Aroldis Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not still in this game?
And there was conversations in the dugout with Chris Bosio, Joe Madden, and Aroldis Chapman. Could it be that it's a long series? Could there be some explanation?
I mean, I suppose I'm not looking for 4 or 5 innings out of Aroldis Chapman or anything, but I feel like he barely threw 1 inning.
Right.
Right.
He barely threw to 1 hitter.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. 3 pitches doesn't get you through 1 hitter most of the time.
The ball was hit pretty hard against him. We want to go back and look at one of the replays from earlier with Chapman facing Jed Jerko. That ball came off the bat pretty hot. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services.
Sure. I mean, listen, you can time it if you have a pretty good idea it's going to be 104 mile an hour fastball. That doesn't make it any easier to hit, but you're right. Even still, 3 pitches.
Yeah.
And Mike Montgomery has been buried. He has not pitched since July 30. We were talking July 31st. We were talking about this before the game, to the point where I actually reached out to Cubs people and I said, "What's going on with this guy?
Is he hurt?"
And they basically said that Joe Madden wanted to keep him for a doubleheader for length, and I think we all kind of immediately knew that was maybe not the most truthful thing because it's been almost 2 weeks. You still have him if you need him for the next inning. So I don't know. It's a very weird situation for me to be praising Mike Matheny and questioning Joe Madden. Yet here we are.
And I'll take it one step further because your normal innings eater, the long guy, is Travis Wood. And he was replaced early in his game because he's kind of assuming a different role now. You think if you're going to go long in this game, if you're planning for that. Montgomery was the guy that they got from the Mariners that was actually starting.
And I will take it even one step further than that.
Okay, please do.
I don't know if Hector Rondon is available tonight.
He probably is not.
Right, he may or may not be. So now you're really down to Edwards. That's the rest of the bullpen.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, because you burned Grimm.
Right.
Grimm and who was the other guy?
Well, they used Chapman,
Smith.
Wood, Smith. Yeah, Smith.
Yeah, okay. So he's gone through his arms.
So, Montgomery's been a starter. You can probably get a couple innings out of him, and that's fine. But you really think this is a situation where not only do you want the best pitcher in the world, Kershaw maybe aside, you want him for an inning or 2 because you need him. So anyway, We'll see how that works. It's a very surprising decision to me because Montgomery, as we mentioned, he was pretty good with Seattle, but he's been struggling and disappeared with the Cubs. Oh.
Did it hit him or did he just react? I couldn't tell.
I thought it hit him in the head, but now it seems like it's his hand.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if it actually hit the bat first and then hit him. It happened so quickly. They're looking at the right thumb. And Matt Holliday in a world of hurt right now.
Oh, he stuck up his hand to protect his head. And he got it in the hand.
He got it in the worst part of the hand.
Let's take a look at it here. Yep, you can tell defensively they're trying to get out of the way of the pitch coming toward his head. Trying to get some feeling back into that right thumb. Here's Matt Holliday. He'll head on down to first base. And for bookkeeping purposes there, you notice that Wilson Contreras is behind the plate right now. He has taken over for David Ross, which you could, again,
I'm really confused.
I see the wheels moving there, Mike, because you're wondering why Ross batted if you're going to use Wilson Contreras to come in and play at catcher.
Everything about this is confounding to me. Maybe this is the managerial equivalent of Travis Wood playing left field.
So Holliday's going to leave, and Jeremy Hazelbaker will come in to run for him. And likely take over in the outfield on the bottom half of the 10th inning. So Holliday's night is done. And there is Hazelbaker over at first base. He's been up and down a little bit this year as well. 28-year-old. Fourth round pick of the Red Sox back in 2009. Opening day roster this year for the St. Louis Cardinals. And now Brandon Moss, who is a homer in this game. That came in the 6th inning. And that point made it a 2-0 game in favor of the Cardinals. Take another quick look here at the...
Yeah, that was 95 miles an hour, right in the soft spot of the hand there.
Almost could see the seams of the baseball on the webbing there of his bare hand. There's the ball dropped in there nicely. .2431 revolutions per minute. Hazelbaker off to a 10-foot lead, and with that in mind, a throw over. I just love the spin rate. It's fascinating to me, especially when you actually think about it, and what pitches should be thrown at a high spin rate and what pitches should not. It just makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and I like for fastballs that it's high and low is good, right?
Yeah.
Low get you grounders and high get you strikeouts and pop-ups, and if you just have kind of average, then it doesn't get you anything except for crushed because it's straight.
I think it saved careers. It is like teams have been able to identify this guy throws this pitch, and he can be an effective major league pitcher. When before it was like, well, if you can't command the fastball, forget it.
Right. That's a good point. It seems, obviously we throw out a lot of these terms, you see those things that are dropping down from our screen on the left-hand side, but if you really stop and think about it, just how much sense all this really makes while you're watching a game and thinking to yourself, okay, well, the pitch is coming in at a faster velocity because he's stepping closer to the plate. I mean,
right.
Hello? And it's been fun to learn from my perspective, kind of being an old school guy myself, just with the old basics of batting average and things of that nature, that now you kind of learn the value of other things.
Yeah, and swing planes for hitters and all sorts of things. That's why I think it's hard for some of us to grasp at times how odd lineups look at times, because guys are playing matchups that we don't understand, but they're pretty darn effective.
A little bit of a modified shift there, as you saw from Moss, and another throw over. Cardinals not a running team, as we pointed out, but always good to keep the man close, especially in a tie game in the 10th inning.
They do seem very concerned about Jeremy Hazelbaker, who's not exactly a speed threat.
Climb the ladder there. Now Hazelbaker will get the benefit of taking off on this pitch. A 3-2 count, 2 outs.
This is what you get in some of these games. A guy hasn't been used for a while. Clearly, he's got trying to get a feel for the mound and his zone and all that.
Got him.
Nice pitch.
He had a feel for that one.
Really?
So Moss down on strikes for the 3rd time in the game. And fans on their feet here. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. You know, the pitch before, the one that was really high, I don't know if you noticed, Wilson Contreras tried to frame that pitch.
Oh, yeah.
He must have moved his glove about 3 feet.
Tried real hard.
It's hilarious.
That was never going to work.
Yeah, it's hilarious to watch what's going on there. So the Cubs will have the 2, 3, and 4 batters coming up here against a Cardinal pitcher, probably to be determined. Unless you think they'll bring back, I mean, he wasn't really taxed all that much.
Pitched yesterday. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'd be a little surprised. He looked dominant, obviously. So I assume you're asking me this while looking over my shoulder to see if what's coming up in the bullpen.
I got some inside information. People are talking into my head that O is staying in the game.
Staying in the game. Okay, great. Yeah. I'm interested in this.
So while we have a moment, why don't we look back at the strikeouts from the previous inning and tell you about those in StatCast. We can kind of put it into perspective what O is doing to these Cubs hitters. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. And David Ross is kind of swinging out of his shoes there.
Yeah, that's a nice slider right in the zone. We said in the zone, that's where he's most effective.
And that's a very nice one there.
Yeah. High fastball. A good spin rate, but not an elite spin rate. So I think for him, it's a lot about deception. And he can kind of mix and match with the pitches. Let's see if this works out for Matheny.
Richard, does this tell you that Mike Matheny is thinking this series is a little more valuable than any other at this point?
Yeah, and I think he just wants to get his team in a place where it feels like it can go on a good run. As at the start of this road trip, they go from Chicago to Houston, and the Astros, like the Cardinals, are fighting for their playoff lives.
So O will pitch the 10th, at least start the 10th.
And Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist. So it's not exactly an easy or second inning for him.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So 10th inning time. The game tied on a pinch hit home run by Randall Grichuk. That came in the 7th inning. And we have been tied at 3 ever since.
So the Cubs, as we said, really just have Edwards and maybe Rondon, but maybe not even Rondon. Cardinals still have a pretty sizable bullpen left because all we've really seen is Bowman briefly, Seagrass briefly, and now O. You wonder if Alex Reyes will be brought into a big spot here. It'll only be a second major league appearance, I get that, but he just looks so dominant, and I can't imagine you're going to bring in Jerome Williams. So I actually had to look up and be like, it's that Jerome Williams?
Yeah.
Not oh my God.
He was a Cub at one point.
He was in everything at one point.
Way back in the day. So there are a couple of other defensive changes. I didn't get them all for the Cardinals. I saw Piscotty has moved to right.
Hazelbaker in center.
Hazelbaker in center field.
I guess Moss is out of the game, or is he at first?
Well, that would leave them an outfielder short because Holiday's out. We'll sort it out for you. Right now, the important thing is the battle here at home plate.
Oh, that's right. So who's in left?
That one is low for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Moss moved from right to left. So now it's Moss, Hazelbaker, and Piscotty from left to right in the outfield for St. Louis. Bryant underneath that one. And that'll be fouled out of play. Bryant 1 hit in the game and now 4 trips to the plate, a couple of strikeouts. MLB Plus being presented to you by T-Mobile. There's the outfield. Dribbler foul at the plate. Bryant with that big deep breath. You know, the Cubs acquired Joe Smith. I remember Joe Madden saying, "Yeah, we need a little funk in our bullpen."
right.
You know, a little. But you look at and you know that delivery. It's anything but normal, obviously. And I would imagine it throws timing off just ever so slightly, and he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, especially because he throws so hard.
And a race to the bag, not in time. Safe on the head-first slide by Bryant. That'll probably be reviewed.
Despite my long-standing aversion to sliding headfirst into first base, if you're trying to avoid the tag, it makes sense. But I think clearly the first baseman was going for the base.
Let's take a look at what we see here. Bryant just trying to protect. Long one for Carpenter, and a safe call at first. Carpenter shaking his head immediately.
And if you look at the replay, it's almost an exact tie.
So they will get on the phone and get on the headsets.
This is not going to be a quick one.
No.
I've seen this 3 times now, and
And, you know, and it goes back to, you know, what you think of, you know, the only thing you have really to go on is the NFL model, where if there's nothing to overturn the actual call that is made on the playing field.
He looks safe.
I think he's out.
I think from a couple of angles that we've seen here in the studio, he does look out. But that's not going to be an easy one for the folks around the corner from us here in the war room in New York.
As I always say, we should be, grabbing some portable cameras and going around the corner, because that's literally where this decision's being
exactly. Yeah, a little eavesdrop, put a little cup against the wall over here, see if we can hear anything. But I don't envy those guys for trying to make this one. It's a bang play, and umpires will tell you that the hardest plays that they have on the base paths are the ones without the sounds of the ball hitting the glove and the foot hitting the base.
Yeah, that's one of the closest plays I think I can remember. I mean, I think just on principle he should be out for sliding, but I don't think that's actually how they're called.
That'll be the ruling.
I'll tell you what, though, there's one thing I'd like to see them add to the replay situation. I would like to have the crew chief mic'd. And like in the NFL, they explain the call to the fans. I'd like them to.
I agree.
To hear what's going on.
I've changed my mind. I think he's going to be safe now.
Okay. We'll take a look at it in StatCast here. The first step, 1 second. And the call will stand. Safe at first on the infield single is Bryant. But it would be interesting to hear, the crew chief say, after we reviewed, there was no evidence to overturn the call on the field. There's Jerry Meals getting the safe sign. So now here's Rizzo, and O will pay particular attention to Bryant at first base.
And going back to the pitch, it's exactly what O wanted. Yeah. That was a slider that dove out of the zone. Bryant had to kind of dive out to get it. Grounded relatively weakly to first base. I mean, that is exactly what the pitcher wants.
It was opposite field.
It was opposite field. I noticed that. It wasn't with any power, though.
No. Had to sneak that in there.
And that's a play that should have been made.
Yeah.
And credit to the runner, obviously. Got out and put full effort into it and made a great play. But that's one of those plays where it's not an error, but it's a play that should have been made. And I think that's really hurt the Cardinals a lot this year.
Gotcha. Carpenter not normally a first baseman either. First instinct was probably to make a throw.
Right.
And we look at the speed now down the bases in StatCast here, as you pointed out. Bryant really just put his head down and running after the contact was made.
Yeah, for a big guy, he can move. But over 20 miles an hour is actually pretty impressive.
4 seconds from home to first. StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. So now 2-0 to Anthony Rizzo. We're in the 10th, tied at 3. And Rizzo went to school. I think he saw all those high pitches that were coming in from O and said, I'm not going to swing at that. You see Ben Zobrist on deck. It's amazing to me the changes that Anthony Rizzo has made in his swing, his approach. When I first saw him come up with the Padres, there were gigantic holes in his swing.
Yeah.
And that one's foul. I mean, when he first came up, there's no chance of him tripling down the right field line like he did here, as we check it out in StatCast from earlier in the game. That came in the 4th inning.
Yeah, that was a real hard hit ball, and it was also a very well placed ball. And, he never really stopped.
Just kept on going. And I got into 3rd, but was stranded there. That kind of seems to be the story of the night for the Cubs here. Missed opportunities.
I'll say, it's 3-1 count. Some of those pitches were a little borderline, I thought.
Rizzo disgusted with himself as that one popped up on the infield. And Peralta on the overshift, the only man on the left side of the field, will make the call and the catch. So now 1 out for Zobrist. I did notice a little activity in the Cardinals bullpen. Zach Duke has been starting to warm up.
So we're not going to get a 3rd inning, that's what you're saying.
Probably not. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. And there you see the lefty Duke. Came over from the Chicago White Sox. So Zobrist looking for his first base hit. Again, the high pitch not called. And 1-0. Look at the bullpen from our T-Mobile Greater Coverage camera, providing you some unique looks inside Wrigley Field. Duke just suspending his warm-ups right now, paying attention to what's going on in the game. Bryant down to 2nd.
So that's kind of another thing we were talking about. It's a team that's making mistakes. It's not really marked as errors. And it's not the Cardinals baseball we've come to know.
Even with Molina behind the plate.
Was he crossed up on that?
No, just a wild pitch.
A bad pitch.
Yeah, that hit the dirt about 55 feet and well inside.
So now the winning run in scoring position with 1 out. Zobrist checks, though he will appeal. No swing.
So now you're in a spot.
3-0.
Here's the wild pitch. Nothing Yachty could do about that. Nope. I mean, that's just a wild pitch. Yep. That's why they call it that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw a bunch of those Sunday with poor Brandon McCarthy with the Dodgers. And now they're at 1st and 2nd with 1 out. And Addison Russell, who's had a flair for the dramatics this year.
Well, the upside of that walk is that we set up the double play. It's obviously not the outcome you wanted, but there's a small silver lining there.
So now Russell. His teammate on at 1st and 2nd. The only runner that really matters at this point is Bryant, the lead man at 2nd.
Now, if they really wanted to think outside the box, intentionally walk the bases loaded so Hayward could come up and then roll over for the double play. Obviously not a serious suggestion.
Don't think there weren't some fans thinking right along with you. Because you also have a lefty in the bullpen. So 0-1 on Addison Russell. Will step off.
Now, while I supported bringing Owen in, I'm mostly okay with him being out for the 2nd inning. You've basically taken him out of at least the next game and maybe the next 2.
Yeah. And that might have been some of the thinking, Richard, we were talking about with Chapman only throwing the 3 pitches. Right. It's a long series. And Russell expanding that time and
there's
missing
that
badly.
That's his pitch. There's that slider.
Which manager do you think feels better about his bullpen today?
That's a really good question.
I think the Cubs have a better bullpen, but there's less of them available.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Some injuries. There's like inside view there at the action. Will throw and swinging and missing is Addison Russell. So earlier in the game, like you were talking about Chris Coghlan and trying to earn his way onto the playoff roster. I mean, I say this facetiously. We know that Hayward's going to be on the playoff roster, but this is
will he be a defensive replacement? I mean,
this is a big at bat for him,
especially against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And I know it shouldn't matter because the Cubs will go to the playoffs and they're not going to play the Cardinals most likely in the playoffs. But it just, it's these two teams. It's Hayward was on the Cardinals last year.
Well, we know it's important to him.
Yeah, if you want to earn back some respect from Cubs fans, this is exactly how you do it. That is not how you do it.
That's not how you do it.
That's the opposite of how you do it. Oh.
So Jerko will make the catch, and 10 will not be enough here tonight. So we're going to go to the 11th inning.
We sure are.
At Wrigley Field, and we're all tied at 3 apiece. Let us look at Mr. Jason Hayward here with his statistics last year and how much better he seemed as a Cardinal last year than he is as a Cub this year.
Very good year last year, and obviously, with outstanding defense, and still has outstanding defense, but boy, this year, it's just been an absolute struggle. And I know you were being facetious, but what happens when they get to the playoffs?
Yeah.
It's at least a question, I guess I would say. I don't think they won't start him, but it's at least a question, and that itself is a scary thought.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and I guess I can harken back to last year when you looked at the fact that the Cubs shelled out the money that they did for John Lester. But clearly the best pitcher that the Cubs had last year was Jake Arrieta, and I don't think there was any question that he starts the wild card game against the Pirates. But you get the same situation now where you spend $184 million on a guy that's just really not producing. What do you do?
I mean, there's nothing you can do but play him, and they have that luxury right now.
Mm-hmm.
Season essentially is over.
And they're built around pitching, so
right. And his defense obviously.
He's going to catch everything if he gets on base. He's a smart base runner, but you keep working at it, and you hope he finds whatever it is that's gone wrong.
And if there's one manager, it's the funny things about Richard, what he preaches, what Joe Madden preaches. We've talked about this a little bit during the game here tonight, but sometimes he wants guys to stay away from the video. He wants guys to stay away from the batting cage as the season gets longer, not putting more pressure on themselves and thus trying to get himself out of it.
When he was on Mike Scioscia's staff once, the Angels were going bad, and Mike was like, okay, we're going to have early BP and early this and all that. And Joe was like, no, let's just have them come in an hour before the game, do nothing, get their mind away from it. And a lot of managers can't buy into that less is more, but it is part of what makes Joe special.
Last year, he had what he called an American Legion game. He wanted them to come in an hour before first pitch, get dressed, and go on the field, because it was like they played American Legion when they were kids. They got dropped off. They were in their uniform already. It was only an hour and a half before the game, and they went out and played.
Did it work?
It did. It did work last year. Will it work again for Mike Montgomery, who is in now for his second inning? Gets a strike called on Yadier Molina. Hits in his first 2 at-bats, an RBI, and then 2 flyouts to center. And nobody seemed to want that one. Looked like a miscommunication between Zobrist and Russell. I thought Zobrist might have had a chance to backhand that one.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd been able to make the play, but he should have at least made it close. I was surprised to see that go through like that.
So now the Cardinals have their lead man on. Unless there was something yelled by Russell, who thought maybe with his momentum going toward first base, he would have a better chance to get that one and make the play. We will never know. Curveball working.
I like that curveball from Montgomery a lot. He's shown that a couple times. And, he's one of those guys who came up as a starter, bounced around for a couple teams, could never really get it together. Now that he's been a reliever, he's actually, although he hasn't showed it with the Cubs so far, with Seattle, he was really impressive. And you understood why the Cubs went out and traded Dan Vogelbach for him, because they thought he could be a real weapon. Kind of remade the back end of that bullpen. And they got Smith and Edwards came up, and they got Chapman, and they got Montgomery, along with Rondon, and they'd hoped Strop. And I guess what they've done now is built enough depth to weather the injuries. And they hope to have them all together and healthy in the playoffs.
MLB Plus powered by Amazon Web Services. Just getting a piece of that one is Peralta. And Montgomery had a couple of rough outings when he first came over. And as we mentioned, this is his first appearance since the normal trade deadline, July 31st. This year was August 1st. Peralta fouling off a pretty good pitch again.
This is really a cool thing. when you think about it, what a great game it's been, the weird plays there's been, teams coming back. And the Cubs are going into the postseason, and yet they're fighting their guts out. This is the kind of game that makes the manager pretty darn proud of his guys.
Andy, when you were calling the games, what was the longest game you guys ever had?
The longest game I ever called was a Padres Rockies game, April of 2008. They went 22 innings.
I regret asking. I immediately do.
6 hours and 17 minutes later, we were on a plane going to Arizona for a game the next day.
I can guarantee I will not be doing that.
No. So that was the longest one, and it was such an unfortunate game too, because the starting pitchers that I remember in that game were Jake Peavy and Jeff Francis. We completed 9 scoreless innings in 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Now I'm really sad I asked.
Yeah. Not that I remember or anything. Yeah, the old adage came into play. You know you're at the ballpark too long when you take me out to the ball game 3 times.
Who won it?
The Rockies won on an unearned run in the 22nd inning. Poor Glendon Rush, the former big league pitcher, made the last out of the plate and was the last guy standing in the bullpen. There was an error by shortstop Khalil Green that allowed the run to score. And then Glendon, poor guy, made the final out at the plate. So there you see the situation with Molina at first, Peralta at the plate. Excuse me, Jerko at the plate. Peralta struck out. You don't want to give him an extra bat there. The Jerko, as we told you, hit the ball hard off of Aroldis Chapman leading off the 9th inning.
And look at this.
The conference on the mound. And what Richard is referring to, we have got a view of John Lackey warming up in the bullpen.
And I guess that's kind of what they have to, because they went through all the starters. But, you know, maybe it's his 3rd day, maybe it's just because he needs longer to get up. I have to think that they're going to push Montgomery. It's only 23 pitches, right? I mean, he's a guy with starting experience.
And a foul off the bat of Jerko. I'm sure Lackey was lobbying hard in that dugout to say, hey, I got the spikes on, Joe. Let me get down there and start warming up.
So he threw 102 pitches on Tuesday. What day is it?
Today's Thursday.
Okay, then. And the Cubs have I'm looking this up right now. The Cubs have a doubleheader coming up.
Yeah, it's a makeup situation with the Brewers, right?
Yes, on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And they do not have a day off between, I'm sorry, they do have a day off on Monday. So at least they have that. So there's going to be something going on with the pitching staff between now and then.
Yeah, I think Trevor Cahill might be ready to come up as well, and that might be a starting situation for him.
And they really just have to survive for the next 3 weeks, and then the rosters expand, and you can have a 22-man bullpen if you like.
Okay, you got me. My antennas go up whenever I hear the September 1st and the rosters expand.
Yeah.
I might be alone on this thinking, but it drives me crazy that
you're not alone.
Baseball plays.
We all agree.
This long with 25 men, and now you all of a sudden.
And I don't even know anyone that. You never hear people that
Nobody
like
likes
it.
I never hear anybody the other side of this argument.
God.
And there's an easy solution. You have your 40-man rosters and you identify your 25 or however many for that day.
Yeah.
It's easy.
It's like the NFL. You know, you have 53 guys and you dress 45.
Right.
And I think teams in a race, they like what they have going in their room. They don't want a bunch of guys.
Well, plus they don't want their pennant drive. You know, when you go play a team that's not in it and they're throwing these guys that you've never seen on tape before, you never get a chance to look at.
Right. Some kid comes in throwing 100 miles an hour, and that costs you a playoff berth.
Boy, that was a close pitch right there, taken for ball 4. So Montgomery living dangerously here in the 11th inning with 2 on and 1 out. And Greg Garcia to the plate. Tough take there by Jerko. So Garcia up. You know, and that rule, I hate to keep going back to it, but that 2009 season, I was doing a game in Colorado. Buddy Black managing against Clint Hurdle. And Hurdle had, I think he had 12 men available to him in the bullpen because of that, and he used all but one of them in a 9-inning game at Coors Field. It was the longest 9-inning game I can remember ever calling.
So there will be games where you have 35 versus 27.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Leake takes over as the pinch runner at second base for Molina, placing some extra importance on the potential go-ahead run.
Now, I wonder if the Cubs would let Montgomery give up the lead here. Having C.J. Edwards, Carl Edwards, who didn't pitch yesterday and has been completely dominant. This isn't a situation you bring Lackey into, I think. Lackey's he starts a new inning,
right.
He gives you an inning or two.
He's not used to doing it unless it's the postseason, but it's been since 2004 since he's made his last relief appearance.
For Lackey?
Yeah. Not counting postseason. He's done that a few times as Chris Bosio is going to make his way to the pitching mound right now to have a quick conversation with Montgomery as the 30-second shot clock goes on. Tell you what, that was a weird thing for me going to a ball game this year and seeing the time clocks at the ballparks now counting down from whatever it is for the commercial breaks in between innings and the 30-second visits.
And the Rangers, Doug Brocail, he runs to the mound.
Yeah,
because he wants to have enough time to have a conversation.
It's amazing.
Otherwise, you have 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And the guy's telling you to get out. But
So,
you know, the people in the minor leagues who've watched the pitch clock say you get used to it in no time, and you start to like the pace of the game, and the players like the pace of the game.
If Lackey does come in, we have a random trivia fact.
Okay.
Courtesy of our friend Andrew here. The only time he ever had a regular season relief appearance was in 2004, and the first batter he faced, David Ross.
Really? Oh, that throw back found it off the runner, but Zobrist, good job to back that play up. So he faced David Ross, huh?
Yeah, that's Contreras now behind the plate.
Yes.
Really strong. And we saw him in left field a couple times this year, and he is an absolute laser out there and then behind the plate. Not a terrible throw. Hit the runner, unfortunately. Probably not something Mike Leake is used to that often.
Good pitch on the inside corner now, 3-1. 1 out in the 11th. We've been tied at 3 since the 7th. Look at the runners and Coach Bill Miller and our T-Mobile Greater Coverage Cam. Big sweeping ball that the lefties have a hard time with. Big cutter there. So he's worked it full.
This is pretty impressive to watch Mike Montgomery pitch like this. He'd been in a difficult place for a couple years.
That is a nice sequence.
Wow.
Buries all of these pitches low and away outside to the lefty hitter. Gets the one strike right in the middle, and then buries him with that last one. That's an impressive at bat there.
Take a look at it again here. Right on the spot, right to the glove.
I can see why Garcia may not have been pleased about that. Nope.
And after all that, everybody moves up 90 feet. So the batter is Colton Wong. Batting in the 9 spot. So now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away. And that's a ball I think that after the ball game, Wilson Contreras would probably tell you he should have slid over and made the play. Or at least blocked it. So now it's up to Montgomery here. And now a good pick that time by Wilson Contreras. Colton Wong's had an interesting season, to say the least. Signs a big extension, and then finds himself demoted, and then finds himself playing center field.
Yeah, he's I I think they've lost a little bit of confidence in him, and understandably. I mean, he's even at his best, he was only about an average hitter, which is fine if you're playing very good defense, but it just didn't work out for him. And he was only really down in the minor leagues for about 10 days or so, which isn't really enough time to say he's changed anything, and not much has changed since he's come back.
So this is a big hitter from Montgomery. You've got the top of the order and Carpenter on deck. You do have a base open here, but it's lefty on lefty, and he lost it. So the second walk of the inning. So now the bags are loaded. Happier times for Mike Montgomery facing Greg Garcia. Let's take a look at that strikeout and StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. Some good giddy up on that fastball.
Yeah, 95 from the lefty, and pinpoint accuracy, at least from his point of view.
So this is Montgomery's game.
That's obvious.
Lackey maybe up for effect, maybe to give Mike Matheny something to think about. Who knows?
So I wonder if he's committed not to using Edwards and not to using Rondon tonight.
Could be. I mean, Edwards didn't pitch yesterday. Rondon, I know, he's got a little bit of an injury, so he might actually be unavailable. But
so there you see the situation. The base is loaded here in a tie game in the 11th inning.
I'm sorry, Edwards did pitch yesterday, but only 14 pitches.
That's right. He came in after Strope got hurt and helped out in that. Actually, after Travis Wood kind of faltered a little bit. So he keeps going to that pitch, and the lefties are flailing.
I feel like I've seen him throw the same pitch about 26 times here.
So now everybody gets up at the old ballpark. I don't blame these guys for swinging. That pitch looks like it's right down the middle when it's coming in. Got a great view of it there. Perhaps the biggest pitch in the short Cubs career of Mike Montgomery coming up right here. A great block that time by Wilson Contreras.
I think he realizes now he's got to get out in front of that ball.
He's got so much energy. He just bounces around back there, and it looks like he's having the greatest time of his life. Carpenter with a lot of success in his career with the bags loaded. Time call as Contreras wants to run out and have a conversation.
I like the idea that he probably goes out there and says, "Hey, you're going to throw that same exact pitch again, right? Okay, cool."
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll catch it.
Right.
Just extend as far as you need to.
Oh, and just in case, cover the plate.
Yeah, just in case.
Don't forget.
Stay loose.
Good active block there by Contreras. 1-2 the count here on Carpenter. Bases full of Cardinals in a tie game in the 11th inning. Oh. Got him. Wow, what a huge pitch.
I think Carpenter's going to be thinking about that one for quite some time.
So Montgomery, in 2 innings of work, strikes out 4. I mean, doesn't do it efficiently and probably made a few people skip a beat of their heart, but he got the job done.
You feel like Wilson Contreras helped talk him through the whole thing.
Take another look at it here.
Wow.
So we go now to the bottom half of inning number 11. Andy Mazur, Richard Justice, Mike Petriello here in our studios in New York, watching this one from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field, right along with you here in a 3-3 game. As I look to my scorecard here, which is a little advanced hieroglyphics at this point, it's the 7, 8, and 9 batters coming up here, and probably against Zach Duke.
Probably against Zach Duke, because I'm pretty certain we're not going to see another inning from Sun Won Go.
I'm looking over your shoulder. I don't see anything.
I would imagine not. And so it's interesting now. So the deal for the Cubs: Contreras, Montgomery, and Javi Baez. Now I don't imagine you're going to let Mike Montgomery hit. So maybe you bring out Montero or Jorge Soler. But then you get into a question of, well, who's left in your bullpen? And maybe you win right here and it doesn't matter. But they've kind of got themselves in a bit of a spot.
Okay, let's talk about some national stories here, and we'll get back to that strategy here in just a second as well. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. The Miami Marlins say to Jose Fernandez, we're going to skip your next start Sunday against the White Sox. Give you a little extra time as we were talking about these young arms, especially a guy coming off of some surgery. You want to protect him.
He won't like it. I mean, he's a high-strung guy, very competitive guy. But the idea is, hey, we plan on playing in October. We plan on playing big games in September, and you're our main guy.
Padres have signed a Cuban pitcher by the name of Ronald Bolanos to a $2.25 million deal.
I'm not going to pretend I know anything about him, but I will say this for the Padres. They have gone out and they have made a huge amount of
International,
signings.
huh?
Just a ton. And they've really kind of rebuilt that farm system. They made some interesting trades. I liked a lot of what they've done after not liking what they've done last year.
Yeah, and I'd say this. There's not many people that know international talent better than A.J. Preller. And I think if they just give him 2 years, he will do for the Padres what Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer did for the Cubs. He is really good. You know, okay, you put all your cards on the table last year, you went for it, it didn't work. Now let's build a baseball organization.
And our final national story, David Dahl, the youngster for the Colorado Rockies, just keeps on hitting. He tied a Major League record with his 17-game hit streak to start his career. And that's an amazing feat.
Yeah, the Rockies, they're trying so hard. I don't think they're going to make it, but you have an outfield of Blackman, Gonzalez, and David Dahl. Now you got something going.
I don't think there's any organization going to finish this season more optimistic than the Rockies. With the young pitching, with Dahl, with the catcher Murphy coming, with Story, they're in a very good spot. And it seemed like it happened overnight.
I would have liked to have seen what Story could have done in a full season. You know, put the numbers up against Corey Seager. You know, obviously different types of players. You know, obviously Story's got a little more power, at least now.
Right.
Would have been an interesting little race there.
And they always said we have to develop our own pitching, and here they've done it. Gray, Anderson, they traded for Chatwood as a young guy. I mean, it's very impressive.
So Wilson Contreras, after a bunch of switches, is the man in the 7th spot. He'll bat for the first time against Zach Duke. Contreras gets into that one and dumps it into right field for a base hit. So again, the winning run is on base with nobody out.
The Duke was a kind of a sneaky, nice pickup that they got from the White Sox right before the trade deadline. This year, he doesn't really have any platoon split whatsoever, but over his career, obviously, it's been much tougher on lefties and righties. Watch out for the curveball. That's his big strikeout pitch, a 52% strikeout rate, which is actually excellent. Wilson Contreras. It's unfair that the Cubs just like pulled these guys out of nowhere, you know? You lose Schwarber, well, here's Wilson Contreras. You lose Fowler, here's Albert Almora. It's like an endless fountain of talent.
And here's Jorge Soler.
There he is.
He'll come up as a pinch hitter here in the number 8 spot. Foul back. Soler was a guy that kind of burst onto the scene last year. First big league homer came in his first major league at bat at Cincinnati off of Matt Latos. First Cub to do that since Starlin Castro did it a couple of years before that in Cincinnati. He had his first multi-home run game against the Cardinals at Busch, and the second one that he hit might still be going.
I still believe in him. I think a lot of people have written him off. He's only about 600 plate appearances in his career. He's still pretty young. He's never really had that one full season of play, and he's improved his walk rate each year, and that's important for a young player because he's always going to be a guy with a lot of swing and miss in his game. He's got a lot of power.
I think they must still believe in him too because there was interest in him, both him and Baez, and I think they haven't found a deal they like, or they think, hey, their future may be here.
You know, the questions that have come up about Soler in baseball circles have been work ethic, but he's a young player.
He's a kid.
Hard to make a snap judgment on a kid that's that young with that much raw talent.
Yeah, a light has to go off at some point or not with everyone. The Astros had Derek Jeter call Carlos Correa this year and say, look, you come in every day, you have to have a game plan. Everything means something. And, you know, things he didn't know, you know, and you have to kind of feel it out for yourself.
So a moment ago, the big over-exaggerated shift they have on for Soler to the left side. The only man on the right side is the first baseman, Carpenter. The other issue with Soler has been health. That has certainly derailed him. swung under that one, but it looks like it'll get out of play, and it will. MLB Plus being powered by Amazon Web Services. Let's bring you all those next generation stats. That's the winning run. The man at first base, Wilson Contreras. Zach Duke working to Jorge Soler.
And that is, maybe you noted it before, but that's not getting the lead behind the plate anymore. No, it's Alberto Rosario.
That's correct, because he was pinch run for it.
Right, for my so now both teams are down to one guy left on the bench. Montero for the Cubs and Tommy Pham for the Cardinals. Rosario is not a guy I don't think most of us know too much about. He's been in the minor leagues pretty much forever and made his debut last month.
Yeah, they had Eric Fryer for a while as well, and then he ended up going to Pittsburgh. A good take there on that 2-2 pitch by Duke to work it full, 3-2.
Yeah, Broxton running the pen.
You have to say Big Jonathan Broxton.
Big country Jonathan Broxton.
Yeah, that's his full name. Baez waiting on deck. Soler at the plate, full count. And another pitch coming.
With Baez on deck, I have to imagine that's where we're going to see Broxton. I'd be somewhat surprised if we see the lefty pitching in heavy innings.
That's a good point. Slowly roll. This is going to be a tough play. They're just going to have to eat this one. Infield single for Soler. They're at first and second with nobody out.
Now we got something working.
What'd you say? That looked like a line shot in the box score tomorrow.
Right.
And Mike, I believe you're right. I don't think Duke's going to be allowed to face Javier Baez. We look at this pitch again, and the swinging bunt.
That was a big swing for not a whole lot of results. Obviously got a base hit. But.
So Broxton warming.
So Contreras on second, Soler first. Obviously nothing's going to happen with pinch runners here. Baez coming up. It's really the only play here is just let him swing away and hope he gets a base hit. Send home Contreras.
So meeting on the mound here. And he looks like he's going to leave
Stay with
in the game.
A little surprised by that. So my worry is that he's looking at, I kind of mentioned this before, Zach Duke has no platoon splits this year.
Okay.
But it's real dangerous to just look at that for a partial season for him. Over his career, he's obviously got big platoon splits. He's much more effective against lefties, against righties over his career. And to be fair, this includes his time as a starter. He's a different pitcher now, but 352 on base, 461 slugging. Not ideal. And all you have to do is just leave one pitch in Javi Baez's zone, and it's going to leave the park. And you don't even need that. He just needs a single.
And that's part of the learning curve here for a young player like Baez, who swings out of his shoes most of the time. Tough pitch.
Nice pitch.
So the winning run is Contreras at second base. Soler behind him at first. Baez at the plate to get an idea of how the Cardinal defense is aligned. Did he hold up in time? He did.
I think the old Soler might have just gone all in for that, right? No question he was going to go for that. So even just to be able to hold up there is a little bit of an indication that he's kind of matured as a hitter.
What Joe Madden says about Baez is just the fact that it's so cliche to say, but he buys in, because he's been told he's going to play pretty much every day, but he's never going to play the same spots.
No.
Right.
That's got to be difficult for a young player to adjust to all that.
And Chris Bryant is on record saying, I think our best defense is with me in left field and Javi Baez playing third base. And obviously that's not what happens all the time, and Bryant's a pretty good third baseman too, but it's interesting to see that that's the way he looks at it. We've seen Baez make some outstanding plays at third base over the last couple of weeks.
So what do you give him the Gold Glove if he wins it? Where's the bunt?
Unexpected.
Takes the strike on an unexpected curveball.
I cannot imagine Joe Madden was calling it a bunt there.
Yeah, I don't think he was. But that was clearly a square to give himself up.
Yeah, I don't like that call at all. And I know Contreras is not your typical catcher. He's probably got a little bit more speed, but it's not exactly speedy.
Good hold there again by Baez, and a great spot behind the plate by Rosario. Otherwise, the mission was accomplished. Runners would have gotten a second and third to let that one get through. Easy for me to say. Good shift.
Yeah, you have to assume Rosario is probably pretty good. It's like the immutable rule of catchers. If he comes up and he can't hit, he's better be a good backstop. I think that's actually gone the other way and hurt Buster Posey. He doesn't get enough respect for his defense because he crushed the ball.
You're right. Falling in maybe, and no, a catch, basket style by Brandon Moss. And covered some territory there in left field. I got fooled a little bit by the angle that we were looking at that one from.
Yeah.
So we've seen productive outs. That was an unproductive out.
I really don't like that bunt attempt because then you put him down 2 strikes and he's got to swing at anything close. He can't wait for his pitch. I mean, that was a low curveball. You know, it's not really the kind of pitch you want to be looking at.
So here's Fowler. Struck out 3 times tonight. And you can hear in the background Ron Copel calling that one outside. Hit the target, but off the plate. So Fowler from the right side. A little better in his career as a right-handed hitter than he is at left. But this year he's having a lot of success from the left side. And that one foul. 1-1. Folks everywhere hanging on every pitch. And that's what happens when you get to the 11th inning. Total's pretty much identical.
Nice take there. That's a hard pitch to lay off, right?
Looked really good. Just a little bit below the knees. These are the kind of games that test concentration too. I mean, you know, you get into these lengthy games. It's hot out there, so that makes it even more impressive to see he was able to hang on that swing. Three and one, the count. Chris Bryant waiting on deck. Both of these teams have won in very improbable walk-off ways in the last couple of weeks.
Every pitch in the exact same spot there.
Bases loaded now for Bryant.
That was 5 pitches, right? That were all pretty much straight fastballs away.
I'd be surprised if Duke faces Bryant, especially after that result.
Probably. But if you're, I mean, you're probably right. But good luck, Jonathan Broxton.
Yeah.
I mean, bases loaded, 1 out.
Yeah, with no
room
for
error.
Yeah.
This is how you get a walk-off walk.
Yeah, we've seen walk-off walks. We've seen walk-off, as we showed you with the Cardinals hit batters.
Walk-off plunkings.
We saw a walk-off suicide squeeze by a pinch hitter as a pitcher.
We saw a walk-off balk. The Giants.
That's right.
Casilla basically fell off the mound.
Yeah. So that's why we say, you know, just go to a ballpark, watch a game. You're bound to see something you've never seen before.
Something I may have never seen before is Zach Duke staying in this game.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
I'm surprised by this.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
If the Cubs win this game, they will be 40-17 at the friendly confines. Things have changed.
Yeah, very much so.
It's August 11th still. Yeah, for about 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
And it's not too soon to start talking about their magic number.
That was it, 39?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's 39. And now when you're playing the second place team.
What do they have? They would have a 13-game lead with 49 to play.
Yeah.
I think it's safe.
You got to like those numbers.
Yeah. Talk to me in October. Says the crazy, very guarded Cub fan, you know?
Well, it's a quick 0-2 here.
Yeah.
So, you know, good start by Zach Duke that this game isn't over yet.
Bases full of Cubs, winning run at third. Pretty small sample size with Bryant at the plate. 8 at bats with the bases loaded, 1 hit.
And Broxton's warm. Like, we saw him watching. So the option was there. Oh, wow. That is a nice pitch.
Nice.
That is a nice piece of pitching.
So perhaps this is the reason Matheny left Duke in. Looking all the way ahead to Rizzo. I'm giving him an out here.
Yeah, and we know that Rizzo is effective against lefties. That was a fantastic pitch there. So.
So now it is up to Anthony Rizzo to end this in 11.
Walk-off hit by pitch. The way Rizzo hangs out over the plate. I bet you that's what he wants. Not a lot of mystery with Zach Duke, is there?
No.
You know, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to get those low fastballs. I mean, he's been effective, obviously.
Cubs at every base. Contreras the winning run. Over the right shoulder of Zach Duke. And Rosario again saving the ball game. But it's 2 balls and no strikes. And Rizzo's the type of hitter that will probably take at least 1, maybe 2.
So if you are up 3-0, right, the average exit velocity of a ball in that situation is like 96 miles an hour. Now, obviously, that's a little unfair because you tend to have better hitters and worse pitchers in those situations in the first place, but it's an unbelievably fortuitous situation to be in.
So now 2-1. Two-seam fastball, just over 90 miles an hour, the velocity. They still shift, even with the bases loaded. I guess with 2 outs, it's okay to do with the Cardinals. It's fun to answer your own questions in your head as you're speaking. 3-1. Anthony Rizzo lost the C emblem on his helmet.
He's got a plain blue helmet on.
It's gone.
I have to imagine that's the heat. I don't know why it would just be his helmet.
I don't know.
But he sort of looks like a minor league call.
He does. You noticed that at the same time. He kind of looked at me like, Ball 4, and this one's over.
Walk. We have shrimp.
Tough way to lose there.
The old pitch, walk-off walk. Boy, that was a close pitch, too. Ron Culpa still hearing it from Zach Duke as he walks off, and they'll sing at Wrigley Field after an 11-inning win, 4-3 over the St. Louis Cardinals. The lead now in the division is 13.
13 with 49 to play. 31 games over 500.
I tell you what, it's kind of weird to think about how this game ended with the fact that the Cubs had so many chances early in this game with runners at third base and couldn't get them in.
Yeah, you know, we were watching the first 6 innings of that game, and it was a pitcher's duel. That's what we kept talking about. You know, Lester looked pretty good. Martinez looked really good. And then that game just took a turn in like 14 different ways. We had bunts Yeah, we had home runs that were hit softer than every home run basically all season long. We had Mike Matheny using his bullpen pretty well and Joe Madden using his kind of confoundingly. And then a walk-off walk. I mean, that's basically the only way that game could end.
That is absolutely amazing. As Contreras will come home and score the winning run. And they fly the W flag high atop the iconic scoreboard there at Wrigley Field. Gotten kind of used to doing that around those parts, as Richard was telling us. 41 wins now at home?
40 and 17
40
at
and
home.
17, okay.
31 games over 500. Things have changed.
Yeah. I mean,
2 years ago, you say, well, I think I see it coming. I think Theo's doing good work. Look here, Joe Madden's here now. Ben Zobrist. Chris Bryant's everything we thought he would be.
Richard, let me ask you this. You've covered baseball in the national scene for a long time. I mean, it's a hard process to sell out a fan base, especially in a town the size of Chicago, the third largest market, that we're going to strip this thing down to its bare bones, and we promise you that we're going to be competitive in 5 years.
I haven't talked to Tom Ricketts about this, but I assume he did some thinking about this and said, I'm going to go out and hire the best baseball executive, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something real imaginative. I'm going to do nothing.
Yeah.
And I think he disciplined. I think there were times Theo maybe wanted to rush it, and they accumulated talent, and then this is the blueprint. This is how you do it. You do it the right way. Then you hire a great manager, and then you get a great pitcher, and then you finish the deal last year with Zobrist and with Hayward. And at the trade deadline, you make another move for an impact player, which happened.
So a 4-3 win for the Cubs at the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. It took 11 innings to do it. Time for us now to listen back and look back at the sights and sounds of this crazy one at Wrigley Field.
There's a base hit under the glove of Rizzo off the bat of Molina.
Make that 24 games in a row. Yachty has reached base safely.
Moss on his way to third. Holiday scores, and it's 1-0 St. Louis.
A swing and a high fly ball. Deep right center. Hayward looks up. It's a gunner. A home run for Brandon Moss. 2-0 Cardinals.
Base hit. How about that? Coughlin wasn't even ready. Here comes a throw to the plate. Rizzo's safe. We're tied at 2.
You talk about an emergency hack. That was unbelievable.
And a bunt toward third. Martinez will throw to first, and it's not in time. He pulls Carpenter off the bag. Cubs lead 3-2. Listen to this crowd.
In the air, deep left field. Did he tie it at the wall? This game is tied.